Hello, hello, you guys. It was about to hit the corner. No, one, no, it wasn't. And two, if you want to see it hit the corner, my Twitch clips are basically... I don't think most of my Twitch clips are literally just people saying that they have captured a corner hit. So if you want to see it, specifically from my waiting screen, you can go to my Twitch channel and look at the clip highlights and whatever. How are we doing, you guys? Night Queen is back. You guys, this is a horrible idea. I have been awake since 7 in the morning. There was a detour. I had Lycan make me this like vegan potato leek soup, but the recipe that I sent him, I didn't look through it closely enough. And it had like full fat coconut, like a whole can of like coconut something, like coconut fat. And I should have told him to get the refined version because when it's full fat, like it tastes completely sweet. And this is like, it's supposed to be a savory soup. So like I take it first bite and I was like, oh, this tastes like sweet baby food. I didn't expect this. So that kind of threw a wrench in things, you know? These things happen. But I really want to go over this Dave Smith, Nick Fuentes thing, even though it's like almost 4 hours. Literally watch like... It's like 3.5 hours, I think. Yeah, it's 3 hours and 38 minutes of, I guess, Dave Smith debasing himself to talk to Fuentes because his audience demands it or something. Let's do the full 3 hours. You guys, it's almost 4 hours. Plus, I have to do Ana Kasparian being insane, which I'll probably start with. You know, the other week when your hair wasn't down and long like it is now. No. When do you mean? Up close against your head. Oh, like in a ponytail? Yeah. What about that? I only do that when, like, I need to wash my hair. Okay, let's pull it up. That's like a lazy hairstyle. I don't like doing it very much because, like, I get headaches really easily. And I also think it just doesn't look as good as my hair down. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so it suit you a lot, TVH. Thank you. At least I appreciate that. Okay, so this is the video. This was 2 days ago, and I don't know. It seems like it took a minute for people to notice, but Candace Owens shares private messages from Charlie Kirk. I went over this. It's like a nothing burger because her whole thing is like trying to insinuate that like the Jews are behind Charlie Kirk's murder, like Israel, and there's no evidence for that. And Charlie Kirk bitching about Jewish donors and being an anti-Semite behind the scenes is not proof of that. So I didn't think it really meant anything. But to these people, it means a lot. So
I have been feeling as though these pastors are just not as honest as they should be. So many people were racing to establish that his legacy was anything but Catholic, right? Like he was super de-duper Judeo-Christian. It registered to me like more of a cult. So Charlie's faith and what direction it was going into would actually matter, right? It would actually matter if Charlie, and I never said he was going to, decided one day to become Catholic. It would have financial implications. So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another...
There's no evidence that he was going to convert to Catholicism. He was going to mass with his wife and daughter and son, or like his kids. His wife has always been Catholic. She never converted. He's Protestant. It just seemed like he was joining them for mass.
Huge Jewish donor.
Candace Owens is at war with the very people that she believes are misrepresenting her late friend Charlie Kirk and what he was experiencing in the final months of his life. Now, let's begin with Charlie's religious beliefs, which I felt and thought were firmly in the evangelical camp. And as we all know, evangelicals drink the Judeo-Christian Kool-Aid, this whole idea of the importance of...
She pivots at the end, suggesting it was a trans roommate. You know, I said I was gonna watch that series from start to finish, but I started it off stream and it's so boring. I genuinely do not know how people think that she is spitting for like an hour when it just every single minute, even slightly sped up, feels like it's 2. So I didn't do it, and I didn't even finish the segment that I watched. It's just a lot of like conjecture.
The modern...
Like there's nothing to... There's like so much just like empty monologuing over just literally nothing. I don't even know how to respond to it or to react to it. It's just like, yeah, that's a lie. Yeah, that's not true. Wow, that's crazy.
nation state of Israel to their religion. Catholics do not, though. Catholics do not believe in this idea that there will be like a second coming of Christ, and through that second coming, those who have or who believe in Christ, those who believe in God, and those who have converted to believe in God will be saved, and everyone else, including the Jews, by the way, will perish. Okay. Apparently, Charlie Kirk was moving away from evangelicalism and moving toward Catholicism, which is what Candace Owens believes. She had made that claim.
Why apparently? Like, Anna, you could look into this and you could just not repeat that because there's no evidence of that. Him going to mass with his family and his Catholic wife is not evidence that he was about to convert.
Before. Now, he didn't convert, she's clear about that, but he was kind of headed in that direction, and she had made that claim before.
No, he wasn't.
I thought it was a little sus.
No more than fucking American politicians going to the Western Wall and like engaging in religious like rituals or whatever, about to convert to Judaism because they do that.
Because you need to see some evidence of that. There was nothing that he said outright or did publicly that made me think that there was anything to bolster the claim. But now she has the receipts. Take a look.
Was he becoming Catholic?
No, but he really loved Catholic Mass. He loved the ritual of it. He loved.
She said Catholics don't believe in the second coming. That's just wrong, isn't it? I mean, like they don't believe in the rapture, as far as I know. I don't know. I can't remember.
The beauty of old Catholic churches and the stained glass.
And him and Erica would go sometimes.
Yeah, well, Erica's a cradle Catholic. You can go check the videos out, him debating with Michael Knowles, in good fun. I mean, they were dear friends, but they loved kind of debating the whole Protestant versus Catholic thing.
So many people were racing to establish that his legacy was anything but Catholic, right? Like he was super de-duper Judeo-Christian. And ironically, it was Judeo-Christianity that I was challenging him on personally, like privately, and I was speaking to him about the political pressures of it, the way that I felt because of last year, that it registered to me like more of a cult than a true theology or a religion or a religious aspect rather. And it was back in February of this year when out of nowhere, he's the one that actually messaged me and said, and said Catholicism is sounding better and better in February of 2024. This is kind of when we started having that discussion. We should chat soon. Catholicism is looking better and better, okay?
We should chat soon. Catholicism is looking better and better. So she shares that text exchange with Charlie Kirk. Look, there is this interesting.
The idea that a man who is married to a Catholic woman for several years, like is texting that to Candace Owens, almost suggesting like, oh, because of like something that she said or like some sort of like he would, if he wanted to convert, he already would have converted. I guess you can convert later in life, but I just like. I just don't buy it. He just seems like he panders to anyone and everyone. He pandered to anyone and everyone who could have been beneficial to his platform.
Rift happening amongst Christians and Catholics in America right now, and it's over the idea of dispensationalism, which is what evangelicals believe. It's what you've talked about on the show before, Cenk, about why evangelicals find the nation state of Israel to be so important to their religion. But just based on what Candace Owens has been saying and some of the evidence that she showed in that text exchange, it does seem like Charlie Kirk was at least questioning some of his religious beliefs.
Yeah, so we're gonna get to a super relevant part of this in terms of Israel in a second, but a rabbi once told me, Judeo-Christian heritage, it's like we really could have used that in the 1940s. Right? Meaning like, no, this thing's made up from like yesterday. And so who made it up and for what purpose? I mean, it's not such a bad thing. Jews and Christians getting along, I want that, that's wonderful, right? And if that's the direction they took the Judeo-Christian heritage that they made up a minute ago, great, wonderful. A new tradition that brings people together. That's not what they're using it for. They're using it for only one thing. Hence, you must bow your head to Israel. And now I am hearing from a lot of preachers and pastors.
How are so many of these smart people unable to discern that everything he did was in service of audience and relevance farming? Well, with Candace Owens, things that he said to her have registered as slightly more genuine or potentially like introspective or authentic or revelatory, just because she actually had footage and photos of him acting like a normal human being, as opposed to everyone else who didn't really seem to have that. Like her, like tribute to him on social media once he passed was probably the most personal one, more personal even than his wife's. But that just comes off as like pandering to me. It doesn't ring like this is an instance where it doesn't come off as sincere at all.
Literally, okay, saying, I think we got hoodwinked, right? Like, what is this? And then they starting to look and they're going, wait a minute, these books came out when, right? And who wrote these books and for what? They're not in the Bible. None of this stuff is in the Bible, right? So there's a great awakening happening at this time. And so meanwhile, everyone in power is like, shut up, stop reading the Bible. Go back to the books, okay? The books we gave you. The correct position is you must love the nation state of Israel. Where is Benjamin Netanyahu in the Bible? Is he in Leviticus?
What is this? This is like Cenk just showing his ass and like... Cenk is neither like Jewish nor Christian, so this I don't even know where he's going with this. He used to I don't even know if he was a practicing Muslim at one point, but he's an atheist now, and it's showing right here. This is like the most. It's not even like a vulgar analysis. It's just wrong.
Yes, is he in Luke? Where's Ben Gavir? Where's the Knesset? No, that's
again just because this all that tells me is that his only point of reference for understanding why Christians and some Jews and Jews care about Israel is literally because of the back and forth that Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz had. That's it.
Just guys. I don't want to get into the history of where the Israelis came from. I'm not a religious person, so I don't really care. But what I do care about is people waking up to, maybe this was not what we thought it was. Not people who were trying to get you to love Jesus more and do good things in the world and love the Prince of Peace. Instead, it might be the Prince of War who they're asking you to back because you think the Prince of Peace wanted a genocide? Come on. So it's getting absurd. Now, Candace Owens, we're all supposed to condemn her because she said some absurd things. We're gonna get to that in a second and we'll see whether we condemn her or not, okay?
Yes, okay, so.
I don't know, this whole Jesus, if his point is Jesus wouldn't support this or whatever, it's
entirely up to your interpretation. Let's get to the biggest revelation from what she shared
there are dark passages in the Bible. There are ones that are very, very compassionate. You could pretty much use it for any justification, depending on how you cherry pick things.
Program yesterday, which was, how Charlie Kirk was actually feeling about the pressure he was receiving from pro-Israel Zionist donors to Turning Point USA, and how he felt about the notion of essentially cutting certain people from the conservative movement off and no longer being friends with them. Take a look.
So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes, Charlie writes, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this.
All this is exposing is that Charlie Kirk was just as much of an anti-Semite behind the scenes as he was out in public sometimes. The other thing that it's proving is that he's a fucking moron. Why do you think they're giving you this money, dude? Because they like you so much? Because you're just so good at debating? They're giving it to you because they want you to push their agenda. It has strings attached. So if you don't follow through on what they want, they're going to take the money away. That would apply to literally any donor, not just a Jewish one. What a fucking moron.
Leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. And somebody writes, a donor writes, please do not invite Candace. That might feel good short term, but it's not good long term, in my opinion. Like all groups, you're going to get a wide variety of opinions. That nasty free will thing that God bestowed on us makes life frustrating at times after the dust settles a bit, maybe. So again, this is 48 hours before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He was very clear and he was very explicit, and he did not back down, not in that Hamptons meeting, which they're all lying about, nor in this text thread. I'm not going to reveal the names of the other 7. Actually, you know what? I disagree with myself 4 seconds ago. Let's just throw in Josh Hammer for funsies. He's on this chat, okay?
For those who are unfamiliar, Josh Hammer, I believe, was the guy who
Charlie Kirk downplayed Elmo's Sig Heil. Yeah, he was an anti-Semite. He also talked about Jewish donors publicly, and he wouldn't, when he was asked by, I think, Parker or Dean to recreate what Elon Musk had done, he wouldn't do it.
Smith debated at Turning Point USA's event earlier this year on the issue, on the topic of Israel, of course. And the reference to the meeting in the Hamptons was the meeting in which basically Charlie Kirk, it's been kind of described as an intervention by Bill Ackman, who's a huge Israel supporter. Apparently, he took issue with the fact that Charlie Kirk had Dave Smith debate Josh Hammer and invited Tucker Carlson to give that speech, in which Tucker Carlson talked about how Jeffrey Epstein very likely was a Mossad asset. So Israel not really loving that, and Israel supporters, huge donors to Turning Point USA, not huge fans of that. So that's why they call that intervention, to basically tell Charlie Kirk, like, you better toe the line.
And Bill Ackman's version of that.
Okay, and that's going off of the existence of this meeting, as far as I know, has been confirmed. what actually occurred, we'll never really truly know unless these people are willing to go on record and say what happened and attach their name to it. But I mean, the main person, Charlie Kirk, is not alive anymore to confirm any of it either or deny it. But this is based on reporting by Max Blumenthal in the Gray Zone. And a lot of the sources are anonymous, and Max Blumenthal is not a reliable journalist to me, nor is the Gray Zone a reliable journalistic outlet. So every single claim that is made needs to be independently verified and taken with a grain of salt.
That story in the Hamptons is
I don't believe him at all.
Okay, but it's totally different. He says it was kumbaya. They got together. He was barely involved, and they were just trying to help Charlie, etc. So we've given his side now. Okay,
that's been my experience with Zionists here in the United States. They're actually very friendly, and they just want to, politely make their case. They don't smear you as an anti-Semite.
Never.
They don't go after your family members and try to get them fired from their jobs. They don't bully. They don't act like thugs at all. At all. Go ahead, Jing.
Okay, so let's note for the record, interesting. There's donors who are giving $2 million a year for pro-Israel positions at a minimum. He had $100 million budget. That is unbelievable. And remember, that's not revenue. That's just people giving you money, okay? And so, and you know what? And now that we see the messages from behind the scenes, I gotta say, you gotta give Charlie a little bit of credit for having the courage to say, I mean, I don't know that he knew anything about what was coming, obviously not, right? So I'm not referring to that, just having the courage.
He's so brave for throwing a temper tantrum in a Telegram group app privately about losing a $2 million Jewish donor and complaining that, they have expectations for that, for you if they give you a bunch of fucking money. No shit. Yeah, he's so brave for that. What?
To say, no, I don't want your $2 million. That's pretty admirable, okay? On the other hand, he was taking it in the first place and had a very pro-Israel stance for a very, very long time. So it's a mixed bag. Our job is honesty, okay? So now.
Hold on, I gotta just do one more video.
Yeah, when I think honesty, I think TYT.
Before you share your points, because some of you might be thinking, Anna, are you really gonna trust Candace Owens? They could be totally fabricated, meaning the text exchange. Well, it turns out that Charlie Kirk's producer, Andrew Kovic, has come out to talk about the veracity of these messages. Let's take a quick look at that.
Started this show to address some of the things that have been going around on public, namely about a group text chain that has been made known and released by Candace Owens. And I just want to address it head on because, that was a screen grab that I had shared with people. So it is authentic.
So there you have confirmation that the messages are not fabricated, they are real. Go ahead, Cenk.
Yeah, so look, Charlie in those messages says, they're confirming the stereotypes, right? So now I disagree with that. I want to make an important distinction.
Thank you.
So
thank you, Cenk. So brave.
Like the problem with stereotypes is that they're applied in a blanket way to everyone in that category, right? So for 99% of Jewish Americans, Jews, etc., Mossad's not calling them, Bill Ackman's not calling them, they're not part of any propaganda outlet, etc., right? They're just normal people going about their lives. But is there a group of folks who are pro-Israel Zionist zealots in this country who do bully, intimidate? And I think they're actually using the tropes as shields. They're thinking, I'm gonna go do that thing, but I can't be criticized for it, because if I'm criticized for it, I'll just say you're an anti-Semite and you're saying it about all Jews. So I'll use other Jews as human shields. And so I'll just do every one of the tropes because you're not allowed to criticize the tropes. Now, the other 99% aren't doing that at all. Okay, so don't take it out on them, right?
It's just the billionaires in America.
Yeah, but kinda. Yeah. I mean, Larry Ellison, Bill Ackman, etc.
It's the Ellisons snatching up, social media platforms, CBS, installing Barry Weiss as the editor-in-chief of CBS News. Are you kidding me right now? You think we don't see what's happening? You have David Ellison now making a play to buy CNN.
Yeah.
You probably didn't like Jeremy Diamond's reporting, did you? Anyway, it's disgusting. What's happening right now is so utterly disgusting and so brazen, but we're supposed to sit here and pretend like it's not happening. Oh, it's a trope. It's a trope to acknowledge this is happening. Okay, great. I guess I'm repeating.
This is like such a straw man. Holy fuck.
Accurate trope about billionaires in America violating the rights of Americans, the free speech rights of Americans, destroying our already super questionable media. News media, it's just pathetic.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's do the throat clearing so no one calls us bad names. They're gonna call us the bad names anyway, Cenk.
Yeah, 100%. But look, so last thing on that.
Also, this is like stupid baby brain shit to me. This idea that like, oh, well, you're gonna be called an anti-Semite no matter what, so may as well be. I don't think she's saying may as well be anti-Semitic, but she's saying like, don't even bother trying not to be, or like falling into tropes or whatever. But I mean, that is true, but I don't think it's ever a good idea to just base your rhetoric entirely off of like what your opposition is going to do, because that is you just capitulating, and they're always going to do that in good faith or bad faith.
And we'll get back to the main thing. So I've talked a lot about my Jewish friends, family, etc. Your best friend's Jewish.
They don't care.
No, my point is, did Larry Ellison or Bill Ackman
It's weird to bring up Jewish friends or whatever.
Or Netanyahu call her and say, hey, are you okay with this?
Larry Ellison can tell me how my ass tastes. Okay,
Yeah.
how about that?
Yeah,
right,
so-
disgusting, weird Oracle founder going around talking about like, yes, we're gonna surveil
My God.
everybody. Everyone will be on their best behavior. Yes, you're a freak. You're a total creep.
Okay.
All right.
Jake's face. Oh man, the entire time he was like, oh. The context actually makes this look worse because they were explicitly having a conversation about like tropes and shit and being like anti-Semitic or stereotypical. He like just brought up the fact that she'd like, oh, we know Jewish people. Like, who fucking cares?
So
Oracle founder.
This
Ellison
is
can
like,
tell me
this
how
like
my
the same as like I have a black friend.
ass tastes.
Yeah.
Okay, how about that?
Yeah,
right,
so-
disgusting, weird Oracle founder going around talking about like, yes, we're gonna surveil everybody. Everyone will be on their best behavior. Yes, you're a freak. You're a total creep.
okay.
All right,
So
total creep.
So my point is, do not put Larry Ellison's actions on our friends.
No, I
okay?
don't. I don't, because I'm not an
but-
idiot. Okay, I don't conflate a nation state with an entire group of people who have no say in what's going on in Gaza, no say over what these disgusting billionaires in America are doing. No, I don't conflate the two because I'm not stupid and I'm not hateful.
That's exactly my
My God, I'm not stupid. I'm not hateful. 2 seconds, literally imitating like the fucking happy merchant and like rubbing her hands together like a freak.
point. So they want to treat everyone like they're idiots. Oh, if you say I'm doing something wrong, that means you're saying millions of Jews are doing something wrong. No, brother, we didn't say that. We said you're doing something wrong. Stop deflecting and saying, not me, them, attack random Jews. No.
How long until Anna leaves TYT? I don't know. I mean, PBD said that they're going to be hiring another person to host, to join her take. She might be slotted in as the main host, and if she is, maybe she'll move to Florida, because I think PBD mentioned that whoever ends up hosting it, he wants them to be based in Florida, but
We're not gonna do it. I don't care what you say. So now, was Charlie going to leave the pro-Israel cause? I don't know, that's what the text says. And the text is authentic. So now you could say, okay, that happens 48 hours before the shooting and it's irrelevant, it's just a random coincidence. And that's perfectly fair. We don't know yet. The government says they have evidence on Tyler Robinson, etc. And then some people are questioning it. I'm not that expert, I don't know. And I know for the other people, right now they're already typing out anti-Semite, conspiracy theory. Brother, if you say to me, you must agree to the official government position, otherwise you're an anti-Semite and a conspiracy theorist. I don't give a damn, man. That stuff's not working at all anymore. You could tell me to bow my head to the government and the donor class that runs the government. I'm not gonna do it. I don't care how much you yell at me or smear me, and the entire internet doesn't care anymore.
I know.
You can kiss all of our asses.
I know people have a difficult time separating things, right? But let me just be very clear. Unless I see,
I mean, not everyone, Anna, you seem to be having a difficult time. Like, I was just pulling this up, like, this is where I was like, okay, if she's like, it's not gonna end well. Where she was like, I know this is about your Jewish identity, dude, to this like PragerU propagandist who is certainly depraved, but this would not be an appropriate line of attack to use against this person, in my opinion, because it's wrong to be bigoted and crazy.
Where's your decency, man? Where is your decency? Seriously, where is your decency? Do you not see the videos? Do you not see the starving children? 19 kids died of starvation over the last 48 hours. Where is your decency? I get that you're Jewish. I get that this is about your identity. I get that you want to defend your people. But sometimes you can't defend the indefensible. How many people need to die for you to be pleased with this slaughter campaign that's currently going on? How many? Tell me. When is it enough for you? And no one is buying the lie that that the genocide would end if Hamas releases the hostages. I'm not going to believe for a second that Israel gives a damn about the hostages, because they've been bombing the Gaza Strip. They've been blocking humanitarian aid from entering the Gaza Strip.
Like, and everything that she's saying in between that remark, I agree with, obviously. It's just the way that like she's going about it. This whole like, I know this has to do with your Jewish identity, like get the fuck out of here. Like I don't understand why you're validating that perspective if you believe that they're obviously Or like if you make a distinction between Judaism and Zionism, you're just reifying things that you're supposed to be against people, the conflation of.
That not only impacts Palestinians who are being slaughtered by Israel, but it also obviously is going to impact the hostages. No one is buying this dog and pony.
Like you could call out like how gross it is that Judaism is like weaponized or used, it's like cynically invoked or whatever as cover for all of this, but that's not what she said.
Show, okay? It's so obvious what Israel is doing here. They're even bombing Syria because they allegedly care about the Druze. It's not about the Druze. By the way,
They label anyone that calls them out on their genocide and anti-Semite. Yeah, but at this point, especially with how much favorability for Israel has like tanked over the last 2 years, it's really only starting to stick when you're actually being anti-Semitic for once.
Syrian civil war, Israel was part of that proxy war that you have Israel part of, the United States part of, Turkey a part of. All sorts of countries were involved in that proxy war. It was absolutely horrific. And now, of course, Israel is taking full advantage of the situation to annex more land from Syria again. But anyway, continue. Tell me where your human decency is.
I have to say, as someone who grew up on the far left, actually watching you, Anna, and Cenk Uygur on the Young Turks, it's very, very sad for me personally to see just how far gone politically you have become.
I don't care.
Audible discharge is not, excuse me, stop interrupting. Audible discharge is not a usurpation of a coherent argument. You simply saying that I'm using my Jewish identity, this has nothing to do with my Jewish identity. It has to do
Damn, this guy fucking talks really fast. Hold on. I'm turning it down a little bit.
with politics.
It is
has
about
to do
your
with
Jewish
war.
identity.
It has to do-
Literally,
Okay,
everyone in the international community sees this for what it is, and you can't. You can't. How many people need to
Like,
die?
okay, when she like died on this hill, and this was back in July 23rd of this year, I was like, oh, things are probably only gonna get worse from here.
You know, again, you are double my age. I encourage you to use the decorum of a 7-year-old.
But this guy is so fucking disgusting that this is not really about defending him. This is more about just like calling her out for this bullshit.
Hard evidence tying Israel to Charlie Kirk's assassination. I am not for a second going to believe that Israel was behind it. Okay, there's plenty to criticize Israel on that we actually have evidence for, and assassinating Charlie Kirk is not one of those things. So put that aside. For me, though, what I find super interesting is what is percolating right now with the conservative movement. Because the young conservatives who were followers of Turning Point USA, who were fans of Charlie Kirk, were consistently challenging him to his face on the topic of Israel.
Why do you find that interesting? He can never move beyond where his donors are going to make him. There was a point where all of those fucking groypers were lining up and asking him about all of this shit and social conservatism, and he wouldn't engage with them. He just got nervous and like tried to shut it down.
So he had to defend Israel knowing that young conservatives are not on board. And he needs to keep this coalition together, right? That's the whole reason why Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA exists. But at the same time, he's forced to defend the indefensible because of the Zionist donors who fund Turning Point USA. To me, that is a super interesting story. Super interesting.
I mean, there's also this thing though, they're like, you have to say Israel didn't do it. Do I also have to say Afghanistan didn't do it? And Paraguay didn't do it. Why is that a requirement? What a weird requirement.
Well, look,
let's have the trial. Let's figure it out.
Let's also acknowledge the reason why you don't have to say that about Afghanistan or any other country is because right now the public perception of Israel is in the garbage. Let's just keep it real. The fact that there's so many Americans who literally just believe straight up that Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk.
Whoa, tons. Yeah.
And that's not good for Israel. So
politics is more than just our timeline, so I am not surprised if she's seeing a bunch of that on her Twitter feed, but I don't know if there's like any data that suggests that people really think that. I just know or to the extent that I'm sure there's a lot of skepticism surrounding like the official narrative that like the FBI is propagating, but do people think is that necessarily means Israel is behind it? I'm more skeptical of that.
Israeli civilians, Israeli citizens, check your government.
Like, I don't think the average person knows that Bibi Netanyahu is an idiot who made 6 different statements about Charlie Kirk, and some of them were like denying any involvement. As stupid as that was, I really don't think most people know that.
Your government is destroying your country.
Yeah. And
what's your thoughts on 90% of Jews being Zionist? That stat is actually not true, and you should look it up. Look up the article, and I think Jewish Currents that explains what that stat actually says.
It's okay. They're going to fix all that with tatas for Israel.
But even if they were, that wouldn't make Zionism correct.
Hey, I love Israel. Okay, we covered that yesterday. $7,000 a pop. Okay, now the most important part. Look, folks say, well, Candace Owens says that First Lady of France is a penis, so you have to denounce her and never believe a word she says. Okay, so if she says the sky is blue, do I have to say that it's green? If she says the grass is green, do I have to say it's purple?
Okay, now they're just like shadow boxing or whatever. When he was like saying earlier, like, oh, because Candace Owens says some wacky things, I gotta condemn her. It's like, I mean, you could at least state your disagreement with those crazy things, right? You have no issue stating your disagreement with Sam Cedar, with leftists on Twitter that are annoying you. So you could probably get some criticisms out there of Candace as well. It's not gonna hurt you.
Like, do I have to hate vegetarians because Hitler was a vegetarian? Or can we use our own mind to go, I agree with her on that, I do not agree with her on that. In fact, I don't agree with her on this, and this, but hey, that's an interesting point on that. No, condemn.
It's like you should never cite Candace Owens as a source anytime ever. There's literally no reason to. You can say, it's like one thing to say Candace Owens is claiming this thing versus this was verified by Candace Owens.
Condemn her in entirety. But here, she's not, I don't care about her opinion.
Why even consider the text authentic? Because the head of TPUSA confirmed that they're true.
She's showing a text.
But we don't know, you don't know anybody else who's in there. You don't know anything beyond that. And those texts are being mobilized in service of the point that like the Jews or Israel are behind Charlie Kirk's assassination, which obviously doesn't follow from these like messages from Charlie Kirk. They don't fucking matter if that's the narrative that you're trying to spin. It's not evidence for the claim. So
an authenticated text from Charlie Kirk. You have to ignore it, otherwise you're an anti-Semite.
Well, we're not going to. We're not going to ignore it.
Why do you still want to portray Jews as the little innocent group and not what they actually are? Pathetic at this point. You commies worship Jews and you can't admit what they were this whole time. You guys, this is what happens when you put Nick Fuentes in your title. You just get the best of the best coming to your fucking channel.
Weird request.
Yeah.
What a weird thing to say. And no matter what happens, like the answer is always you're an anti-Semite. Okay, no guys, we're super tired. Like not even tired, we're now amused by it. Like it's gotten to a comical point.
No, I'm not amused by it. I'm super irritated by it. I'm actually furious about it because while you and I are strong and we're not gonna.
That's credible. I mean, if the new head of TPUSA is saying that text thread or that Telegram group chat is real and it's one message that Charlie sent and they released others and like redacted names or whatever, and then I have no reason to believe at this point, now that a second person has corroborated it who is closer, or just as close, if not maybe closer to Charlie Kirk than Candace Owens.
We're not gonna cower, even when we're being threatened, even when our family members are being threatened. There are so many people in this country who do cower, who do just hang their heads, walk away, and refuse to say anything critical of what's been going on because they're afraid for their careers, they're afraid for their families. In some cases, it might be too paranoid, but even afraid for their lives. It's ridiculous. We live in America, we are Americans. We're talking about a foreign country, and we have the right to be as critical of any foreign country, including our own country, as we want. And anyone who tries to take that right away from us should be seen as the enemy. Period, end of story. Either you love this country, you believe in our Constitution, or you don't. And if you don't, I've got no interest in you. You can call me whatever you want because I don't value you as a person. Okay, I'm an American. It's so crazy because I was never jingoistic. My entire life, I was never like this.
I was literally just about to say this like pivot for her to be leaning into, I'm an American, like this nationalism shit is so cringe to me.
I was never like, oh, I'm a big patriot. But you don't know what you have until you realize it's gone. And realizing that we don't actually live in a sovereign country, it just makes me angry and it makes me want to fight.
Yeah, so Jewish Americans have been heroic in the fight for civil rights, protecting our constitutional rights throughout American history, right?
The Zog posting.
Now, when you have a couple of pro-Israel zealots pretending to speak for everyone, now they've gotten to a point that is so comical, Anna, that if you say, I'm for the First Amendment, they say anti-Semite. No, guys, no. We believe in freedom of speech.
Again, the straw mans, oh my God.
Like, by the way, an overwhelming majority.
Like, I don't expect there to not be hyperbole when you're like responding to your critics or whatever, but it's just like complete misrepresentation.
99.9% of Jewish Americans. So this idea of like, if you don't bow your head to Israel and never criticize it, what do you mean? Of course you're allowed to criticize America, who cares, okay? Israel, you better not.
Can you explain why Jews get everything they want with Trump and we can't even get mass deportations? No, but you seem to know a lot about this, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna link a Discord channel that I'm in. And you can come on stream and explain to me how Jews control everything or something, and how I, as a communist, am like too scared to call that out because I'm like cucked to them or something. And if you don't, I'm going to ban you. Since you possess private information that only you know and I don't. And I have a lot to learn. So please come articulate these points live in front of all these people.
Then okay, if you say you're against the first, like anyone who's for the First Amendment and says, yeah,
you have 5 minutes.
Yes, we should be allowed to criticize Israel, is an anti-Semite, I don't think you realize you just escaped from a mental asylum, right?
Yeah.
And so these guys are totally nuts, but unfortunately they have an enormous amount of money and power, and they use it to intimidate not just all of us, but as we've covered over and over again on the show, also Jewish Americans. They go, you're self-hating Jew, you have to take his rights away. What happened? I thought you cared about protecting Jewish people.
They wanted to.
No, you only care about protecting your beloved Israel, a foreign government, not Jewish people.
They had a problem with Dave Smith. Well, I don't think he's actually a practicing Jewish, doesn't practice Judaism, but he was raised Jewish. Like, they wanted to ban him from being at a Turning Point event because they don't agree with his take on Israel. Like, it's just gross. Anyway.
So if you don't
no shit. That's like not actually about but that to me is not surprising whatsoever. In the same way that like, you hear Candace Owens be like, oh, the Democratic Party loves black people, but they don't want to hear from me, or Blair White being like, oh, the left says they love trans people, but then you have people like me that are gender critical or whatever, and they don't want to hear from us. That's like every single political group or interest group is going to cynically pick and choose which voices they elevate from particular communities and which ones they marginalize.
The Jewish American, you're an anti-Semite.
It's ridiculous.
How can you not think it's comical?
Yeah. So this shit, I was seeing all over my Twitter feed yesterday, so cringed multiple fucking times. Even got the attention of Nick Fuentes.
Like, yes, we're gonna surveil everybody. Everyone will be on their best behavior. Yes, you're a freak. You're a total creep.
Okay.
All right.
Like,
That's cool. Ana Kasparian's response as of a couple of hours ago was, I've been urged to offer a response to the backlash over my mockery of billionaire Larry Ellison, who recently bragged about his role in building a dystopian surveillance state where we're all monitored and on our best behavior, quote unquote. My portrayal of him as a villain was accurate. I offer no apology. And so there's one of two ways you could read this. The first one is, so you stand by you engaging in just like blatant anti-Semitism of like, I'm not even gonna hedge it with like alleged. It is so obvious what she was doing with the like literally rubbing her hands together and like hunched over in a conversation where they're just talking about the importance of like, making a distinction between like Zionism, Judaism, Jewish people from the Israeli state, etc. She goes on to do that and then has the audacity to claim afterwards that she's like, oh, I like am not an anti-Semite or whatever. And it's like, okay, maybe she's not a full-on anti-Semite, but she was certainly engaged in anti-Semitism. No. So either you stand by that and you're standing by the trope, or you're denying entirely that was anti-Semitic, and you're gonna say, I'm getting heat because I'm just saying he was a villain, and that's accurate, and so I'm not gonna apologize. And so it's like, okay, no one is disagreeing with the criticism, really. They're disagreeing with the way that you went about making that criticism. So, okay, that's what you want to do, girl. Okay, so let's do this one. This is Dave Smith, Nick Fuentes, part of the problem, episode 1313. And this came out October 8th. So right after the 2-year anniversary of October 7th, they were doing this. And this is what Nick Fuentes had to say, just as a little bit of context, about Dave Smith just a couple of months ago when he was talking to Candace Owens.
You kind of went on the attack about me speaking to Dave Smith, right?
That's just a villain pose. Okay, when you do a villain pose and you literally rub your hands together and you hunch over to do it, yeah, that's not just a villain pose at that point.
and saying, actually, I think we do have that clip. Skylar, I think we do have that clip of me speaking to Dave Smith. Do you want to run that clip?
She has nothing to do with me. She wants nothing to do with me. Doesn't do anything with me. No invitation.
Isn't it funny, you guys, how that person who said they were going to debate me has like, or they didn't say they were going to debate me, but that said that like I'm like cucked or whatever, and I refuse to call out the real problems in this world is like not coming on. Isn't that funny how they always have a lot of things to say in chat and they never come on?
Won't bring me on the space, won't bring me on the show. No acknowledgement, nothing. But she is going to do a show with Dave Smith, Jew, Aiden Ross. You know, and I like Aiden Ross.
Audio is so ass. No, the audio sucks because it's a re-upload because it wasn't put on YouTube in the first place.
I've said that before. I like Aiden Ross. But it's like you get canceled and attacked by Jews and then you go and give it away to all the Jews, really? And finally, Aiden asks her, so what are your thoughts on Nick Fuentes? And she gives this load of PC response. She goes, well, you know, when he was a kid, he got attacked by them, and I understand why he would be angry and why he would be mad about that, but he needs to grow up and figure out what he wants to do. Oh, really? Oh, really? Bafangul, Candace. Oh, he needs to figure out what he wants to do. I think you need to figure that out. Talk about accusing other people of that which you are guilty. I think he needs to figure out what he wants to do. I think you need to figure out what you want to do, because you're full of and everyone knows it. You clearly have no idea what you're doing.
No idea what I am doing.
True.
What do you mean?
You didn't invite me on the show.
But what does that, just let's first go back to the first layer of what you're talking about. She's speaking to Dave Smith. Yeah. What does that have to do with anything? You call out the fact that I spoke to Dave Smith, that I spoke to Aiden Ross. I didn't speak to them because they were Jewish. I also talked to Piers Morgan, all of these shows following me being fired. So you're just looking at the fact that these two, I didn't even know Aiden Ross was Jewish. I just had a PR agent say, do this. I swear I didn't know.
He's visibly Jewish.
Okay, but just so we're very clear,
No,
I genuinely had no idea. Your PR person comes, here are the shows. Okay, yes.
Even this like defensive posture from her looks so bad.
As Dave Smith, we had an amazing conversation when I was on the Daily Wire. Mm-hmm. And so your purview here is, okay, well, they're Jewish and she's doing their shows.
But I mean, like Candace Owens' anti-Semitism looks cute compared to Fuentes's, so.
I'm not saying to your audience she's doing a bunch of other shows too. How is that not you just kind of honing in? Before we get to why you think I'm full of and don't know what I'm doing.
Well, here's the beef, okay? And it's pretty simple. Dave Smith, in my opinion, and I like Dave because I've done a show with Dave too, and I think he's a good guy. I respect him. I think he's super intelligent. And, you know, he gave me a chance when a lot of people wouldn't. He had me on his show, and he defended me because he got attacked a lot from the libertarians.
And that's why you suck, because you get somebody who comes out and defends you and has you on the show when you're being...
And he's, again, going to be on the show as well, again, after this.
Canceled, and then you throw him under the bus for... Because, like, I don't even know what your beef is. It's like, why not
I don't think it should be transactional. I think that if you're going to defend somebody, you shouldn't do it because you expect fealty or that, you know, to be returned in some way. You should defend somebody because you think it's what's right. But, I mean, I don't even know why he would extend a platform to him when that's the response.
Be totally like, oh, yeah, that was cool. We had a conversation. I disagree with him on some points.
Well, here's why. Because I don't think that I should be grateful for being given a chance.
It's not being grateful. It's just being a decent enough human being. Forget gratefulness. Okay. You don't owe anybody anything.
Okay.
But the point is you kind of lament the fact that you've been canceled. You lament the fact that nobody will have your platform. Mm-hmm. In the very same breath, talk about being a hypocrite, you're going after Dave Smith for what? Like, why is she doing Dave Smith? Jew.
Well, I'll tell you. Can I explain why? I'm telling you why.
You can.
So, my feeling on Dave Smith, and although I like him, is that, look, he is Jewish. He's also a libertarian, which means that, you know, when he talks about, for example, the situation in Iran or Israel, he's an anti-war guy. He says, you know, Trump is a war criminal who needs to be impeached. I don't believe in any of that. I don't care that Trump violated international law. I care that he's influenced by a foreign government. He said on another show, he said, Israel's a satellite.
Which is like most of these, I mean, but they don't even try to pretend like their interest in this is like humanitarian or whatever. Most don't even bother to cloak it in like the language of like pro-Palestinian, like activism or, you know, humanitarian signals, thankfully, because they don't want these fucking neo-Nazis and anti-Semites like associated with that. But they don't even like really pretend. It really does start and end with anti-Semitism or just like false beliefs surrounding like the Zog shit.
Of the U.S. We're the empire, and they're our satellite. They're like our aircraft carrier in the Middle East, which is something Joe Biden said, who's an AIPAC man. I think that Dave Smith is somebody who, because he's a paleo-libertarian, like Murray Rothbard, like Ron Paul, like a lot of these guys, he is someone who, because he's anti-war, is sort of forced to confront the Israel lobby. Because if you're anti-war ideologically, you have to talk about who's driving it, which is the Israel lobby.
Someone said this sounds like they recorded it in the 40s, and now I can't unhear it.
But he's not a religious Christian. He's a religious Jew or agnostic or atheist.
He's not religious.
He's not really a right-wing guy. He's a libertarian.
He's not a religious Jew.
He says that he's proud of being Jewish. He's proud of his ethnicity. He's proud of Judaism.
Should he not be proud that he's he's just born this way?
Well, but here's the point, though, is so he's not really 100% aligned with my view. Now, here's why that matters. I think that
it doesn't.
No, it does.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. I'll tell you why.
It doesn't. You can't say I want to create people in the image of myself.
No, but I'm
completely ridiculous.
I'm criticizing people that I disagree with. And to put it very succinctly, I think that this conversation about Israel has blown up. It's gotten out of their control. Everyone's getting red-pilled. They want to control the conversation. And I think that Dave Smith is somebody that, because he's Jewish, because he's libertarian, they have selected him as a convenient spokesperson for it. Because he doesn't really have a problem with Jews and their Jewishness. He doesn't really talk about the whole fifth column aspect of it. He talks about a very narrow aspect of it, which is there's this Israel lobby and they're sort of influential and they're driving us to war. That's one small selection.
So you think, just to clarify,
but it's like there's people that he will talk to that also don't have this totalizing view, that are not completely bought into that the Jewish cabal runs the world. Like what he is talking about is like literally a lack of belief in the Jewish question. So he's like, that's one small part of it, obviously. But it's like, yeah, but the only reason why, I guess he's being consistent in the sense that he doesn't want to he won't cynically use Dave Smith as like the token Jew to be an alibi to this neo-Nazi. He's not interested in that. Do with that what you will. But this idea that like, oh, that's why I have an issue with it, is like, well, no, obviously it starts and ends with the fact that Dave Smith is a Jew.
I think he's like a psychological operation.
Yeah, effectively, yes. Okay. And I don't think he's doing that knowingly, but I think that they're creating the bounds of the debate by having him be the spokesperson, because
who is choosing him as a spokesperson? I mean,
Joe Rogan,
I could not disagree with that more. I just want to say that I patently disagree with you on this one. This is crazy. I think that he has moved the ball forward so much for, first and foremost, a lot of American Jews to have the courage to even question Israel, because in the same way that we were kind of brought up in the classroom with the, I guess you want to call it, emotional engineering around the Holocaust, learning about the Holocaust as like the biggest, most evil event that ever happened.
I don't know how much Dave Smith has been influential on American Jewish opinion to encourage them to speak out against Israel, but okay, lady.
Imagine if you're Jewish and you learn about that. It's the same way that Black Americans in the classrooms learn about slavery. So I understood the trigger emotional response that Black Americans had during BLM, because there was so much conditioning that happened in the classroom that makes them think that when someone says white supremacy is back, you have to riot. And I will extend that same understanding. I disagree with it, but I understand that when October 7th happens, it's almost like a childhood trauma for these people. Right. You learn this, your whole existence, existential crisis for you, that something happened in Israel. And then you add in the fact that the ADL is sponsoring these trips to kind of make sure that they stay into this, this is who you are. And if somebody questions this, like we could end up in the Holocaust again. You have to have some sort of an understanding, even if they're wrong, right. You have to give them a little bit of time, a little bit of grace here. And so for him to be doing what he's doing and to be enduring a lot of the same stuff that I'm enduring, like he is on lists, he is being attacked by every single people, all the people that are attacking me are certainly attacking Dave Smith. And your excuse is that he just is born Ashkenazi.
No, that's not my excuse. My problem.
And he's married to a Catholic, by the way. So that that's the part that I'm even more confused about, because you said like he's a religious Jew. No, he's not. He's married to a Catholic.
What I mean by that is
backtracked off of that.
My criticism of Jews comes from a religious place. As a Catholic, we recognize that the Pharisees put Jesus on the cross, and the Talmudic Jews are the descendants of the Pharisees. And we also recognize...
He is not a Talmudist. That's what I want to say. But he's not any of those things. He's married to a Catholic. He's just born Ashkenazi. When I hear you say, Dave Smith, Jew, I think it conflicts with your point about how even white people, like you're just kind of trained that you should just, like, there's something wrong with you for being born white. No one should feel guilty.
Like, for somebody who is, like, again, basically a neo-Nazi, it's so funny how ignorant she is of how this ideology actually functions. It's not a matter of just... how if they practice or whatever, it's functionally considered as a race by these people.
About how they're born.
Look, it's
you know what I mean?
To sum it up succinctly,
remember the golden pager for Trump? Yeah, he was even freaked out by that, apparently.
It's basically
so the Times said
tokenism is what it is. It's a form of saying we're criticizing the Jews in Israel. How do we soften and dampen the blow? Because we're going to get called anti-Semites if we bring on a guy criticizing Israel. I know we'll bring on a Jewish person, because then we get to say, I'm not an anti-Semite. Here's a Jewish person saying this. And here's the
reason. If he's going to pretend like he's against this, he's just not. Because what was him palling around with Kanye West, if not obviously to boost his own profile and public credibility, but also to be like, look, this mentally ill black guy agrees with everything I'm saying.
It's not why I had Dave Smith on. Actually, I had him on my podcast before I even left the Daily Wire. We had a 3-hour conversation about talking about war, and truly, because I think it's important for you to hear this, I think sometimes you internet too hard. The way that Dave Smith came onto...
She sounds like such a boomer. It's so funny that she doesn't know the term like terminally online, but that's clearly what she's reaching for when she says you internet too hard.
Our podcast on Daily Wire, he wasn't even on my radar. Skylar, who you just met, the producer, was a massive Dave Smith fan for years. And just
who are these people? I have never met a Dave Smith fan. He has become relevant in the last 2 years because he's been outspoken on this issue. He has this podcast that has over 1,000 fucking episodes, 1,500 even. Wait, was it 15? No, 1,300. Over 1,300 episodes. Never heard of this guy. Anytime anyone talks about his fucking his comedy, everyone in my chat is always like, it sucks. He's not funny.
Like what the libertarian debate was that was being had. He's like, you gotta check out this guy, Dave Smith. And I was like, cool, book him. Let's get him on the show. And it was my favorite podcast that I did at Daily Wire. So I just liked him. Okay. That's it. There was no incentive of like, well, let me get this guy on again. I was like, can we create the magic of what we spoke about war? Because I'm kind of falling, I guess, down the rabbit hole and learning a lot. And he had a lot of information I didn't know. Yeah. And that was it. So there was nothing behind it.
Anti-Semitic to think Epstein was an Israeli asset? No. It's conspiratorial, I guess, but it's not anti-Semitic.
So when I hear you say it, I'm like, okay, are you interneting too hard? You know what I mean? Yeah. A little bit. Do you think that you can kind of believe your own ideas? And look, we're all guilty of that.
No, and look, I mean, I'm going to stand by my point here, which is that me and Dave Smith are not ideal.
Everyone knows MK, everyone knows Joe Rogan, everyone brings who brings him on every other show. Oh.
Logically on the same page. And we'll never be, because I am a Catholic and he is Jewish. Because he is Jewish, he still has affinity with Jewish people. And so my end game is to say, look, Thomas Aquinas said that Jewish people should be basically enserfed to the Catholic Church. I don't believe that. Okay. But the idea that we have Jewish people in America that are billionaires, that are running all the major media conglomerates, that are influencing the government, and they take advantage of the dual citizenship, it literally cannot be allowed. Like by definition, systematically or systemically, this creates...
What percentage of American Jews are dual citizens of Israel? Let's see. I'm not interested in homework help, Google. Leave me alone. I'm actually surprised it's sad. I don't like to go off the AI summary, so it's like taking longer than I want it to. Hold on.
Problems. And so when I go on my show, I'm saying we can't have Jewish people in government. Like, we can't have them having billions of dollars. This is a problem. It's like a national security problem because they are a fifth column. And as evidenced by recent developments, they're not loyal to America. Now,
I agree with you. And that's why I want to add this. I agree with you on the point that
this part was crazy. Hey, Mason. What is this?
I think we do have that clip. Skylar, I think we do have that clip. Do you want to run that clip?
Candace Owens. Candace, get over here. You've been a bad girl. Remember when Tucker said that? Candace is going to get spanked. Her husband won't spank her. I got to be the one to spank her.
I know what he's referring to. I think I can't remember if it was a TPUSA conference or like CPAC or something like that. But Tucker Carlson was like, "Yeah, Trump's like, we've all been bad, and Trump's gonna Trump's gonna be your daddy, and he's gonna spank you." He like made this weird point. He wasn't talking specifically about Candace.
Her husband is not doing his duty. Now I got to spank Candace Owens. I got to do her husband's job for him because he won't put her in line. Candace, time for your spanking. Time for your spanking. You've been an obnoxious feminist bitch. Time to get spanked.
True.
What do you mean?
Oh my God. And this is not even like the worst part. There's different parts where he like I mean, using her own logic against her, he's like, why are you even talking to me right now? Or like speaking down to me? Like, that's not your role. You're a woman. You should be in the fucking kitchen is basically what he says.
Is this operating fifth column of Zionism?
No.
Okay? No, but I want to be clear, and I'll tell you, this is where we disagree.
All right.
Because I think it's ridiculous to say to someone who's literally just born, he's like, I'm Ashkenazi, that is just his DNA, who is married to a Catholic, so you cannot call him a religious Jew. He is not a Zionist. He hasn't even been to Israel. So how do you just condemn him? And then also, how is that not toxic to what you're trying to do? So if you're saying that your entire platform is, I want to awaken people to this fifth column. Well, if I'm a Jewish person, okay, and I'm being raised and maybe I'm worried about Israel because I kind of grew up and was told that I have to care about this.
I really cannot find any data on how many Jewish Americans in the United States are like dual nationals with Israel.
Whatever it is. And I see this guy who's just going, Jew, guilty, you're a Jew, doesn't matter, DNA, like you're 23andMe up there, Jew, guilty, okay? And you think that your ideas are going to grow with that?
I mean, Candace is not the brightest person, and this honestly strikes me as like part naivete as well as her not understanding why he won't, again, use Dave like a useful idiot the way that he's currently using her now.
That perspective?
Well, they
project.
are. So that's happening. But
is that because of thanks to you or thanks to Dave?
I think it's thanks to me. But if you're asking me, I will answer. If you're lecturing me,
no,
I'll take a lecture.
I genuinely I'm asking you the question sincerely. You think it's growing because of you and not because of people like Dave who are going, okay, like, yeah, you can also think like this. It's okay to have this perspective. Like, you think it's because they're watching your show and they're going, he's got it right.
Let me give you a direct answer about the first part about Dave.
Do you really expect that sort of data to be readily available? Yeah, I do, actually. Just because of the census, as well as like Israel's like literally one of the most pulled places alive. They have like estimates of how many dual citizens they think live in Israel, but those people could be dual citizens of the EU. They could be dual citizens of America, of Australia. There's like, I just want America specifically.
Smith, just because he's born Jewish. What did he say when he went on Joe Rogan and he debated, what's the guy's name? He debated the British guy, forget it.
Douglas Murray.
Douglas Murray. Mm-hmm. When he debated Douglas Murray said, and you hear this is the woke right phenomenon, which Dave has criticized, but Douglas said, there is this dark element that is growing on the right. They're Holocaust deniers.
What do they mean by fifth column? It means like, it's like a group, it's a group of like, not expats, but people that are like, it's like saying there's traitors in your country, basically.
They hate Jews. If they slip on a banana peel, they blame a Jew and all the rest of it. Dave Smith said, I agree with you. Those people are a problem. I'm against Holocaust denial and all this sort of stuff. Joe Rogan went on the attack against Jake Shields, who's a friend of mine and a fighter and a boxer. And you see this over and over and over again with people like Dave Smith and even someone like Darryl Cooper, who's not Jewish. And I talked to Darryl recently and we kind of made amends, but Darryl Cooper put out an article on a Substack saying the same thing. He said, I started talking about the Jews. I opened up this can of worms. Now that's all people want to hear about. He said, so I'm done talking about it because, there's people that can't handle it and they're taking it too far. And when I hear that from Darryl Cooper, when I hear that from Dave Smith, when they say Israel's our satellite, our aircraft carrier, I say something's not right here. There's clearly a subtle difference here. And that has a lot to do with, maybe Darryl Cooper not being a complete radical. And I think that has a lot to do with Dave Smith being Jewish because he says that his ancestors died in the Holocaust. Now, I don't think that he'll ever be able to say in the way that I can, that maybe the Holocaust wasn't legitimate or, maybe there's more to the story on World War II because it's his grandparents.
Okay, but
he says my ancestors went up the smokestacks at Auschwitz. And someone like me, I say, I don't care about Auschwitz. I don't care about the Holocaust. I'm done hearing about it. I have no affinity with that.
Right. But you also mentioned
he doesn't like hide these things, but yeah, I mean, there's many, many reasons why Dave Smith is not going to be part of the America First coalition anytime soon. But nonetheless, Dave Smith saw that. He had to have seen that and decided that this person was worthy of having a platform extended to him for some reason. So I guess we're going to get into that.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good. Thank you very much for doing this. Thank you for traveling to do this. I really appreciate it. I've wanted to do this for a while. I felt like this was a show that was supposed to happen, which I don't often feel, but I've been feeling this way for a while. So I really appreciate you doing this. Me and you.
Nick has the bigger platform, yeah, but he can't be on YouTube except as a guest on these shows.
We were just talking about it outside. I believe it was 2019. You did my podcast. We were like
Dave Smith can get invited on like Her Take. He can get invited on Joe Rogan. He can get invited on Piers Morgan. Nick Fuentes can't be invited on those shows. not right now, but like Dave Smith doing this, PBD doing this helps just increase the likelihood more and more and more that that's going to be the case pretty soon.
Twitter had convinced
because you're helping pull them into the Overton window of like acceptable discourse.
So they're like, people on Twitter were like, you'll never debate Nick the Knife or whatever. And I was like, in my mind, I was like, I'm scared of Nick Fuentes. Okay, I'll go debate. And I didn't know much about you. I thought we had a really good show. We ended up not really debating. We ended up just nerding out on the stuff that we both enjoy. And then you came back on my show. It was like right after you got kicked off YouTube, I think. So that was like the thing. And then we did a debate, like a very broad kind of authoritarianism versus liberty type debate in, I want to say it was, I think, late 2020.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Because it was right at the end, I think, of the year. We were like talking about the year of the lockdowns and stuff like that. So that was five years ago. And both of us in the last 5 years have really pretty dramatically risen in stature, whatever, much bigger audiences, much more, just bigger audiences, more big moments, more, and so it just kind of seemed like a thing that should happen. And also, on top of that, we are both...
Dave Smith is the only comedian that doesn't actually do any stand-up comedy, but he is far from the only guy who calls himself a comedian, and then it's just not really very funny. Because, like, he's not particularly witty or anything anytime I've seen any of his content or appearances on these panels that I watch.
Both, I don't know exactly like what percentage it would be, but I think we have a lot of overlap in our audience. Like I hear a lot of people who are like, you two are the guys that I listen to. Mm-hmm. And we both kind of had this weird thing where, so like after I had you on, again, even though you were not nearly as big as you are now, but it was still like, whoa, I got all this, outrage. I was constantly asked to denounce you. And then given my personality, I was always like, fuck you, I denounce you. Yeah. Like what? And then, of course, more recently, when you were going on Candace's show, I was a topic of conversation there. So, and as I said to you when I first reached out to you about doing this, you were like, well, yeah, I mean, everyone's always asking you about me and everyone's always asking me about you. So really, it seems like we probably should just be talking to each other. And I kind of, in a weird way, and there's something where I just feel like I know this about you. When I first thought, I was like, oh, I think we should do this. And I think...
Fucking, no wonder this fucking video is 3 hours and 38 minutes long. Dave Smith, Yapper Deluxe. Why do so? PBD did this as well. Brings on a guest, spends the first several minutes talking at them instead of introducing them and then asking them questions.
I think we should do it in person, and I think we should do I knew that you were going to say yes. I just kind of knew, like I knew you were going to be like, fuck yeah, let's do it. Anyway, I appreciate that very much.
Absolutely, yeah, likewise. No, I feel the same way. I mean,
why would he turn this down, Dave? Why?
And we both are from the Israel critical side and always have been, and kind of representing different factions, I think. Yeah. Because you obviously, your stories, you were the Ron Paul revolution guy, libertarian, and you come at it from the perspective of the wars, that the neocons are pro-Israel and they're driving the foreign conflict. And I come at it...
Dave Smith is like just an isolationist, like Heritage Foundation libertarian. That's it.
From the far-right Trump revolution. So it's like a generational thing. It's an ideological...
And even that's like laundering way too much. Nick obviously comes at it from a very different perspective.
Thing. And I'm also Catholic. You're obviously Jewish. So there's a religious element, an ideological element. And it's interesting how in this moment when everyone is talking about these issues, we kind of represent maybe two different sides of that, or like a nuanced difference.
He was lucky back in the day to befriend Joe Rogan, got to ride the wave from the Joe Rogan effect. But do these people really end up riding away from that? Because that other guy, like Brian Colin, the friend of Joe Rogan, like, isn't it like he is always kind of, it's always brought up that like the only reason why he's relevant is because he was friends with Joe Rogan, and he talks about it constantly
in the Israel critical side. So it is, I said yes because I think it's going to be just a really great conversation. I think that you're super intelligent, know the relevant facts. So do I. We have some disagreements, but I think we agree on far more than we disagree about. But
it's not what you said to Candace Owens a couple of months ago back in July, where he was like, he just said he's only anti-war. Like, I understand all of it. He's like not been down on the Jewish question, and he never can because he's a Jew. So.
But yeah, so I really just thought it'd be an excellent conversation.
Yeah, I think in many ways, particularly amongst young people, me and you in a sense represent the spectrum. It seems to be of almost like where young people are going, whereas like there is no pro-Israel spectrum. It's like, are you...
How old is Dave Smith? I mean, he is like a young guy, but obviously Fuentes is a lot younger. He's 42. Okay.
Like a kind of non-interventionist type, or are you more of an identitarian?
He still counts as like a young person. It's just not, I usually just think at least under 40.
and non-interventionist type. It's not really, that kind of seems to be the thing. And I was, I'll tell you this, okay?
You still have some talent. You don't get 400K subscribers and millions of views if you don't have personality and talent, dude. Do you honestly think that subscribers or like view count is reflective of like someone's creativity or how funny they are? Those two things are like completely unrelated.
I'm starting by making the pettiest of points, but I promise it's in service of making a real point. But so, because it might come up, like you've been doing a lot of big shows lately. You just did Patrick Bet-David's show, you did Glenn Greenwald's show, several others. And it may come off like that's why I'm now having you on. But just to be clear, as you will back up, I reached out to you before you had done those shows. And this is actually, when I started thinking about it was when Jordan Peterson went on the Joe Rogan Experience, I believe the last time he was on. And it was a couple days after I had debated Douglas Murray, which still to this day is the most viewed show I've ever done, and might be for a very long time. I mean, there's like 5 million views on YouTube, and then got another 10 on Spotify, and then clips everywhere. I mean, we'll see if we can beat it, but I don't know about that. That was a high bar. But so there was this big thing, and it kind of became like, the topic of conversation for a little bit. And so then Jordan Peterson comes in. And so I was real interested in that because, obviously he's working at the Daily Wire now. And so it was like, I know this is going to come up. I'm kind of curious what his take on this is going to be. Now, I bring this up, literally, I'm not trying to trash Jordan Peterson. I respect Jordan Peterson. I think there's many aspects of his work.
Jordan Peterson, who, as we know, is currently suffering from like a demonic plague, literally, according to his daughter, Michaela Peterson, who went on Piers Morgan to be like, there's demons and Satan at work in this.
That were very valuable. I mean, I have a baby brother around your age, not a baby, but I still call him that. But and I bought Jordan Peterson's book for him. Like I thought his work was great for young men, and obviously I don't love so much the stuff he's been doing lately. But so Jordan Peterson comes on. I was curious what his take on the debate was going to be. I knew he was going to get asked. He kind of dodges it. He goes, "Oh, everybody involved did a really good job." Which, first of all, no one on the face of the earth thinks everyone involved did a very good job.
Right.
There are the range is insane Zionists who think
Have you ever been there?
Douglas Murray won and everybody else.
Like, oh yeah, also the mold. Can't forget the black mold or something that Jordan Peterson was exposed to.
No, nobody thinks he did a good job and he did a good. But okay, so he dodged that. And then he just goes on a thing about the Groypers. Mm-hmm. Now, he mentions the Groyper. He starts going off on psychopathy and who needs to be kept out and who can be allowed in. And okay, so first of all, the obvious that to me, I was like, well, first off, if we're talking about psychopaths in this context, that's where we go to. Right. There's people who don't like Jews. I mean, like, okay, man, maybe we'll argue about this a little bit later. But like, okay, leaving that aside, because there's the destruction of a people. I mean, like Nikki Haley is signing bombs that are about to be dropped on human beings. And you want to have a conversation about who's a psychopath? And then also, I thought, like, to invoke you, without mentioning your name, but to mention Groypers, like, those are your fans. Like, I mean, it means your fans. So just mention the guys. It'd be like if you were like, there's a real problem with people who listen to Dave Smith's podcast.
Yeah.
They're like, well, then say. And so I remember just kind of thinking, like, that just seemed like really unfair. Mm-hmm. Here, you were not a participant in the thing. It wasn't even like a question about, and so it was like kind of, and then just being me, I was like, my first thought was like, Jordan Peterson should, if he's going to say that, he should sit down with Nick Fuentes. And then I was like, you know what? I should sit down with Nick. Like, it's been a while, and then it was something I just kind of kept.
No, I was muted. Sorry, I was just saying that like we're 8 minutes in, and Dave Smith is still yapping and still talking about himself about this debate that I never saw. But I take him at his word that he beat Douglas Murray because Douglas Murray is like a fucking unimpressive individual. So that doesn't seem that hard to do. But
thinking about. Anyway, it's just a bit of a rant, but that really was what got me first thinking, like, we should do something again.
Yeah, well, in that debate, I think raised a lot of interesting questions, because it is kind of...
72 YouTube viewers, only 15 likes. You guys, what are we doing here? Why haven't we liked this stream?
It is the thing of the moment, which is that there's been this explosion of inquiry and conversation about Israel, about the Jews, conspiracy surrounding that, the nature of it. The big question I always get asked on my show is like, what is it? What is this thing that's going on? And the reason that this is happening is because the taboo has gone away. There's a few things. There's simultaneously the censorship around the topic has dissipated.
I wouldn't say the taboo has gone away entirely. It's still it's still, look at the fact that like American politicians are not reflective of where the base is at. Like it's still a massive thing to openly criticize Israel and not just be faced with disingenuous accusations of anti-Semitism right away. Obviously, it genuinely applies to individuals like Nick Fuentes and the Groypers. But I think he's overstating the extent to which like censorship around the topic is dissipated, especially at a time where you have the Trump administration like literally cracking down on people like Mahmoud Khalil and Ozturk for co-authoring an op-ed for a college newspaper that's criticizing her own university for having financial ties to the state of Israel and requesting that they divest. So like maybe, you know, in conversation, I agree with him, but as far as like institutionally, it's still a massive, massive taboo, and it's a massive subject that's not being broken down anytime soon.
And then I think right after the taboo went away, largely because of the war in Gaza. I think people were so outraged, it kind of blew the lid on that. And
see,
now
he just didn't even call it the genocide.
That kind of is the central question of the role that these personalities play in mediating that, because I think there's at this point a recognition by everybody on the whole planet. There's no denial anymore. You know, nobody can avoid it. Even Netanyahu's doing damage control with Shapiro. I think that was yesterday, that everybody is talking about this. Everyone's furious. Everyone does not have that conventional pro-Israel thing anymore. And now I feel like there are people like a Peterson or a Shapiro or even a Charlie Kirk, which I'm sure we'll get into, that are trying to they recognize that the reality has already changed.
Yeah.
But they are in denial in a sense, trying to negotiate like what that's going to look like, because they recognize the old consensus is gone, not coming back. People are not going to be pro-Israel like they were. The genie's not going back in the lamp, you know, the proverbial lamp. But they also recognize that is there a limiting principle to the?
I don't know about that. I think it's always very naive to think that these sorts of things could like trends couldn't reverse or that people can't change their minds again. That's like saying, the American electorate, America is very, very fickle. And you can see how quickly people's opinions can just radically shift and change overnight depending on a geopolitical event, or if you have politicians that take up the mantle of certain causes and all of a sudden you have enthusiasm or for or against particular issues that weren't at the forefront of a national political conversation.
The conversation. Is there something outside the Overton window? And if you've lost all your credibility, how can you now step in and say, okay, we were lying before, but now go no further? Right. And I think it's an open question where it goes from here that everybody's asking.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think there's, with a lot of those guys, I think there was just a moment that, and I didn't plan on the Douglas Murray thing being that. I'm a libertarian, so I'm half autistic. Like I'm a day walker, which is why I'm the best libertarian, but I'm half that. And so I just went, oh, dude, we're going to debate the war in Gaza and the war in Ukraine. This is great. Like this is going to be a huge show. And I did not expect it to become a referendum on experts and the new media, partially just because it was such a bad strategy for Douglas. I mean, it was a way to avoid the debate that I think he thought he couldn't win. Right. But it was obviously not going to work out well. But one of the things that was kind of interesting in seeing all of these people, especially this kind of like Jordan Peterson coming in was interesting, because he is really, to a lot of people, like he's almost, especially with young people, who's the core group who Israel's losing. Well, this is a guy who really shaped a lot of young people's minds. And so if anybody was kind of positioned to be able to reel them back in, it might be him. And even that didn't kind of work. And I think something fundamental to it was that it was like with all these guys, with Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro, your whole calling card was, we have these conversations. We don't shut voices out. You have to win the argument. We're against cancel culture. And then they're like, to watch them going on these tours of like, Rogan shouldn't have Darryl Cooper on anymore and all this. You're like, yeah, but come on, dude. Now, what are you? You just kind of, you exposed yourself for being exactly what you claim not to be. And that is something that people don't get over easily.
Right. Well, and no one's really on their side on that, because Douglas Murray, when he said, well, have you been to Gaza and all these other types, the appeal to authority.
Which is just so fucking stupid. The idea that like your proximity to a particular location or region is what should like qualify you for as the entry point for a conversation. Like you can just being somewhere, or like, existing somewhere does not make you an expert on that region, or like, and also these are just philosophical conversations. If you're having a political conversation or debate, what you're really having is a philosophical debate most instances. So it really doesn't matter if you've been there or not.
It's like,
do you have access? Like, they should contend with the arguments, and do you have access to reputable news outlets or not?
In a way, this is just another chapter and kind of like a larger saga that goes back to COVID, Ukraine, Trump, even, which is that, we're led to believe that these institutions they have the authority to tell us what's going on and what to think and what's acceptable. And we know that they lied about all that, lied about the facts, the opinions. They were probably not even in good faith. And now they want to come out and tell us, well, but like you said, we can't have that conversation, or Darryl Cooper's too far, or they're doing the same thing to him that they did to you, where they said, well, you're not a historian. And it's like, okay, well, neither is really anybody. Does anybody have the right to critically think, or to read books?
Okay, well, just because anybody should be able to participate in these conversations doesn't mean that nobody is a historian. But obviously it's if you're a neo-Nazi, you're going to be anti-intellectual. So we have to kind of erode the idea that there could be anybody with expertise or authority on these subjects. There are, but, you should be contending with the arguments is the main point.
Sort of offer an opinion, or are we literally just going to be told this is what you're allowed to think? Because,
I may have misjudged you. Are you not pro-Israel? Yeah, I'm a conservative streamer, you guys.
The experts.
And there's someone in YouTube chat who doesn't know my position on this. I am a up and coming female conservative streamer. That's what I am. Okay, so it should be very easy to decipher my positions on these things.
Also, the other thing, dude, because I got in this. Well, I guess not. I mean, you were doing your thing, I think, at the time too. But for whatever reason, I got in at not really in, but I was doing shows at Fox News for a while. There were a few particular hosts who were really good to me.
That was a sense I got because I called out anti-Semitism. You thought that I was pro-Israel?
Had me on. It was like Kennedy and she had a libertarian show there, so it made sense. And then Greg Gutfeld used to put me on. Tom Shalhoub used to put me on. So this is back even in the day. And then I've done a bunch of their shows since. And it's one of the things that just bugs me about the whole conversation too is you're look, I'm not saying there's a lot of garbage online, so I'm not defending, there's dumb political commentators online. But when you're talking about the elite level, or I'm just saying, objectively speaking, I used to do those panels. If you go back and look at any of the panels I was on, out there somewhere, it's just always me carving everybody up because they don't know anything. Right. It was, dude, me and you are, compared to the old guard, elite level. They maybe would occasionally get someone in there. Occasionally you'd have Pat Buchanan on a segment. You'd have someone who, Ron Paul, or someone who really knew what they were talking about. But every day on cable news. So the idea of being well, you're not an expert. Darryl Cooper's not an expert. Do you know what you're hearing on cable now? Do you know how much more Darryl Cooper knows than 99.99% of people talking about the topic? So there was something about that really bugged me. But I also think, specifically with Jordan Peterson,
I was like, who is this Darryl Cooper guy? Darryl Cooper is an American right-wing podcaster known for making Nazi apologist claims. In 2024, Cooper gained prominence after being platformed on the Joe Rogan Experience and the Tucker Carlson Show. Cooper, I've heard of this guy. I don't know anything about him, not watch anything. He could walk by me on the street and I would not know a thing. Cooper has been the subject of controversy due to his commentary about Adolf Hitler, Nazi Germany, Winston Churchill, and World War II. Cooper's interpretations of historical events have been criticized by historians for inaccuracies. He's also accused of downplaying Nazi crimes and engaging in Holocaust denial. Quite the resume.
I just thought it was dude, you're talking about a young man. You're talking about a following of young people.
Thought you were a liberal? No, I'm a conservative.
I thought your whole thing was sticking up for them, not calling them the tetrad of evil or something like that. Yeah. And not as if you've done something unforgivable that you are now. It's I thought it just seems okay, so then if you're saying that Nick Fuentes is leading these young men down the wrong path, well then okay, maybe they could use some Jordan Peterson in their life then, right?
Right.
What? Maybe you should take that. Maybe it's really important. I thought
there's 3 people that have said guy that said Churchill was the main villain of World War II. Now this clip is coming to mind though, because I think I have seen the clip of him saying that's Tucker Carlson.
Supposed to speak up for the voiceless and get all emotional and all that. Where did all that shit go? All of a sudden there's one thing that's a subject you're not allowed to talk about, and I just think that's bullshit.
Yeah, well, and Jordan, he even took it a step further. I don't know if you saw his tweets about me, but he called me a rat. He said, Nick Fuentes is a rat. And then he came back and amended it and said, no, wait, he's not a rat because rats are odious by their nature. He said, Nick chooses to be a rat. He's lower than rat. And it's and by the way, isn't his whole thing about totalitarianism and dehumanizing people? And I said to him, I really was more just like astounded, like you said, because
wow, got him. He says he's so much for the tolerant, like anti-totalitarianism people.
He is different than the others. That's like, he's always been different. Shapiro is like an insane Zionist, like operative of Israel, whatever you want to say. But Peterson, like you said, he really was very influential for young men. And I know that because I was one of them at one point, and I had close friends that loved his Bible lecture series, his podcast, Maps of Meaning, which was...
Peterson said Trump was tricked into having a meeting with Fuentes a little... I mean, how else could they cope with that?
Original book.
Pulled a lot of young kids away from atheism.
Major.
Was Marjorie Taylor Greene also, duped into shaking his hand?
Yeah, and towards Christianity and towards conservatism and all of it. And you're right, his claim to fame was that he was supposed to be this like lodestar for the disaffected young men of the Trump generation. And who represents that more than me? I'm kind of like that archetypal guy leading those people. And I agree, if he's got some issue with me, first of all, why not just call me out? It's this weird like thing that the left does where they say, we don't want to platform him, we don't want to give him attention. But like you say, what then happened to that whole deal where it's like, it's a free marketplace, we have to just talk or else we'll fight, we have to...
I mean, that's like more of a liberal notion, right? You can find people on the left that are more illiberal when it comes to these sorts of things. You can find liberals that are similarly, quote unquote, illiberal when it comes to like platforming, but not everybody. But even the idea of like the free marketplace of ideas, that still also had restrictions. You can't have like bad faith interlocutors or liars or people that would disrupt or cause chaos to it, because there are some boundaries even within the like free marketplace of ideas. Obviously, do I think people that are making arguments that say Fuentes shouldn't be platformed or he needs to be platformed in a certain way are coming at it from that? Is it necessarily this like broader point about like the discourse? No, I do think for a lot of people it just starts and ends with, I find his views abhorrent, I find them beneath contempt, I see them as, they ought to be irrelevant. They have been, it's nothing new that he is spouting. It's not something that should re-enter into the mainstream. And then I guess there are some people that have opposition to it on a more like philosophical, principled groundings, but I do really think it just is the latter. But of course, he has to cynically invoke and pretend like he actually gives a shit about any of these principles of free speech. When he doesn't, he only cares about them as a means to an end to get more followers and eyes on his shit. But I mean, if he were in power, that would fucking go away instantly.
Marketplace. So there's just layers of hypocrisy, and no one's buying. Nobody's buying into that nonsense.
You can't have liars. Wouldn't Fox News be off the air? Well, when people refer to like the free marketplace of ideas, they aren't literally only referring to like commercial, like media or whatever. Like the town square broadly is what people are talking about.
And it's sad because I think he lost a lot of credibility.
I completely agree, and I agree it's sad. And I think, and I'm not saying this again to pick on Jordan Peterson. It's just like I think he's an important figure. It's an important topic, and it does. And this kind of goes to the heart of back in the before we ever met. I mean, we just met in person for the first time, but before I ever had you on my show, I had talked to some of the alt-right guys. Like
an example of a restriction would be like slander, libel, these sorts of things are not protected speech. Like I cannot slander somebody and then invoke the First Amendment that like, no, it's actually my right to go around saying that XYZ person is a wife beater when I don't have evidence of that.
Christopher Cantwell on my show, I think a couple times, and I had Richard Spencer on, and I had like some of those guys, and people at the time, it was like it was a somewhat risky move. It was still in the world where you were like, I don't want to get my channel banned and stuff like that. At least at the moment, that feels a little bit safer. But one of the reasons why I liked talking to those guys, or one of the reasons why I did the shows with them, was that, well, first of all, I did kind of find the ideas interesting, and I'm interested in the ideas. That's why we do these things. That's why we do what we do. And there was also, I guess I've always thought there was, like from my perspective as like a libertarian, and like a right-wing libertarian, I think, and at least comparatively speaking, I always thought that there was...
Again, we're 18 minutes in. You would fucking think that this is Dave Smith being interviewed on somebody else's podcast. If you like just walked in.
This weird, like I used to talk about this way back in the day when
he's on episode 1300. There is no way his audience hasn't heard this shit like episode after episode.
2012, I was doing podcasts. No one's listening, but I was doing podcasts. And I used to talk about this. This is like totally in the it was before wokeism really became a thing. And then, of course, before the reaction to wokeism became a thing. But even
before the woke era.
Back in like 2012, I used to always say that, like, the president of the United States could like drop a bomb on a third world country on a wedding and like kill 70 people. And then the same day he could say the blacks instead of African Americans. And the latter would be a bigger scandal than the prior. And like, there's something fundamentally wrong with that. Like that's a really sick thing about your society.
I mean, he was probably correct in that observation, unfortunately.
Yeah. And there is this almost like, and I think has been for my entire lifetime, maybe before that probably, that there's almost this unspoken cultural value that clearly is a left-wing value that puts at the absolute top of the hierarchy of outrages bigotry. Like bigotry is supposed to be up here at the absolute. That's the worst thing in the world that you can be. When in fact, like that is just not my moral outlook on the world. Yeah, bigotry is something we all have in excess. I think it's bad, but there's much worse things than that. And one of the things that I always found very interesting was that the alt-right guys were really anti-war. And this also for you and the Groypers are very anti-war. And so to me, in my world, like war is really a much worse thing than racism. I'm not sure how there's a counter argument to that, although we treat it like war is that's just policy. And this is the worst thing you can do.
What makes you left? That I think people should eat the rich.
And so I immediately rejected that. And so, in fact, with the Jordan Peterson thing, I'll leave him alone after this. But it's like, you want to talk about psychopaths? Like, sir, you were on record saying, give them hell. That was your response. And, for the guy who talks about hell all the time.
Yeah, right.
You don't think hell it really exists? It does. You haven't met enough. Yeah, go to Gaza. Hell does exist. You said give them hell. And that's exactly what they got. Like, so, maybe examine yourself before you're saying, oh, but he said a thing about the Jews. So he is the dark tetrad. But then it just seemed to me on top of that. So that's like my worldview. Like, I don't actually think bigotry is the worst thing. I think it can be bad, but I don't think it's the worst thing. But then even from like, say, a liberal worldview, like, isn't like Darryl Davis like the big hero story? And I'm not like claiming that that's what I'm doing with you. It's not.
Unfortunately, every time Darryl Cooper is brought up, I always am thinking of like Darryl Davis. And I think Darryl Davis is the guy who like goes to Klan rallies, right? Hold on. Davis. Deradicalizer. I don't even know what to put. Yeah, this guy.
Right.
But like the idea of like, you're like, even the guy who you say is the famous guy.
Norman Reedus. You think of Daryl from The Walking Dead.
Who like converted all the Klansmen. Well, he did it by talking to him and being decent. Just be cool. That's like rule number one.
I'm pretty sure this is like, again, a lot of his work is related to what's known in sociology, I think, is contact theory, which is this idea that like the reason why a lot of bigotry persists into the 21st century is because these communities like are largely like a lot of, populations in the United States, despite there not really being like obviously legally enforced segregation, are still largely segregated. So we don't have interactions with people outside of our race, outside of our ethnicity. And because of that, they're othered naturally. And then we fear the unknown, and that contributes to racism and bigoted attitudes and confusion. And so this idea is like with contact theory is that to deradicalize people, or at least expose or, decrease the amount of either overt or implicit biases that they have against other people, you just need to expose them and introduce them, and that humanizes them, and then they are far more likely to kind of let go of these beliefs. But I'm pretty sure Darryl Davis, even though again he has like gotten people to like leave the KKK, I think some of them have returned. Like his method is like controversial because some people have left, others have not. Like others did, and then they went back. So.
Like always, and that always seems so obvious to me, particularly as a Jewish person, but I just like as a Jew, I would say that. But that you're just like, oh, there's these people who hate Jews. I was like, well, I should probably be cool. Because it's kind of hard for people to hate someone who's cool to them. And it's just so weird to me that everybody else's opinion is like, no, this is the one thing that's unacceptable, bigotry. Anything, the government just passed a law that says they can detain you without charges, whatever. But like no one's being a bigot about it, right? They're doing it to whites and blacks equally.
Okay, and also this like vulgar characterization, it's like, dude, I don't see anyone from the right wing, nor the center really, to the extent that that still exists in the United States, really speaking up about the free speech violations that are happening under the Trump administration. It is mostly liberals. It is mostly the left. When you had Trump's FCC chairman threaten Jimmy Kimmel and then ABC drops him, I can think of like a handful of conservatives that spoke out, and they still buttoned it with like, I don't like Jimmy Kimmel. I don't like this person or that person, and I agree with Trump or whatever, but not on this. Like Ted Cruz was one conservative that is coming to mind. Like no one else said anything. If anything, they were supportive of it.
Like, okay. And then number two, like, what is this thing that we ought to shut people out of the conversation? It just seems so counterproductive.
This is going to just be very, very naive. This whole like, if your ideas are so bad, well, sunlight's the best disinfectant or whatever. Like a lot of these public conversations, the reason why these people are able to succeed sometimes is in part due to funding. Other times it's just luck because of these different platforms, algorithms. It can be the topics that they cover. It can be networking. It can be a lot of different things. But if someone is convincing in these public sorts of debates that are just like blood sports, that comes down to rhetoric. That doesn't really come down to how true or correct your arguments are. It is how persuasive you can be, and you can be persuasive while being entirely dishonest. If anything, it is easier to be persuasive when you are being dishonest because you can just say whatever you want.
Stupid.
Well, and it's not even just bigotry. In particular, it's words. It's not like you even have to do a bigoted thing like you beat up a black person for being black or you discriminate actively. It's like if you have said something that...
Wow, words mean things. Yes, correct. There is not only... The only form of discrimination or bigotry in this world, in this life, is not just actions, or like speech can be actions. If I put a whites only sign up on a business, I can't just say... That's just words, like that does a thing. If I go burn a cross on a black person's lawn, that's not some anodyne neutral statement. That's intimidation. There are other ways to communicate that are not just literal, or like there's different ways and forms of communication that can be threatening without ever invoking making explicit references or invocations of somebody's race or being like overtly bigoted. It's just so stupid. There's like connotations to language.
That sounds racist, is racist. That is worse than murder, war, etc. And, that was kind of like a phenomenon this summer because I was so outspoken against the war in Gaza and the clips were going around on TikTok and Instagram. And a lot of liberals are saying, wait a second. Even he is saying this is evil. This is the guy we're supposed to hate. Maybe the broken clock is right twice a day. And I was on my show reminding people like, yeah, maybe I'm racist. Maybe we disagree on issues of race, but I'm against murder. I'm against genocide. And like you said, is that not
okay, it calls it a genocide here, I guess.
Actual moral paradigm is like killing, war, famine. Are these things not the real evils? And maybe bigotry.
He's not really against those things for all groups of people, right? Just certain ones.
Is somewhere further away from that and saying things that might be bigoted further even.
No one burns crosses anymore, bruh, relax. Oh, Copernicus in YouTube chat, you're a fucking moron. Did I say that that's a common occurrence today, or was I talking about something else? Are you okay?
Still from that?
I wasn't speaking to the prevalency. I was talking about the principle broadly.
And we live in a society now where it seems like if you have ever uttered anything that's bad, it haunts you.
Yeah.
It's like you look at my Wikipedia page and it's like he's a racist, sexist, homophobe, Islamophobe. In 2018, he said this. In 2020, he said that. Right. And I go on shows and in the news reports, they list like things I have said. It's like I do a talk show. Yeah. I talk 3 hours a day for a living for 10 years. And sometimes it sounds controversial or provocative or offensive, but doesn't that kind of go with the territory of freedom of conscience?
These things just happen. They just come out of your mouth, You ever been live for an extended period of time and you find yourself just like denying the Holocaust or flirting with anti-Muslim bigotry? Like these things just happen. Him being like, the media documents the controversial things that I say, but have they ever considered that I talk for a living? It's like, yeah, dude, you've talked a lot. And they've noticed that some of those things are pretty fucking controversial.
Should we not be able to speak? And if we speak, can we not be wrong? Can we not be funny? Can we not be insensitive?
Copernicus, I will take your laugh crying emoji in chat as you trying to pathetically walk back what you had said. The fact that you completely misunderstood the point that I was making.
Or bombastic. And I guess this gets to something about, because you think, well, society shouldn't be this way, but why is it this way? People are hanged by their words select.
Oh, look, we got another Groiper in chat. Why can't the left and right come together against the Jews? Yeah, it's for different reasons, but trying to get them to stop the genocide is bigger than these differences. I'm going to be linking Maybe you can be my first like Groyper call-in. Discord that I'm currently sitting in. And at This Is My Channel, you're going to come in and talk to me about what the left has in common with neo-Nazis or something. And if you don't, I'm going to ban you. But open invitation. Go in there, join the waiting room. You have 5 minutes. Otherwise, I'm banning you.
This is like, these are tools of reputational destruction. They don't like where you're pointed. So then they look for things that are going to hurt people's feelings and say, oh, well, you shouldn't listen to this guy because he said this. And I bet you don't like how that sounds, huh? Because when you look at, I brought this up on PBD. Ben Shapiro in the year 2000, I think, wrote an article about ethnic cleansing. It said transfer is not a dirty word. And he's arguing for literal ethnic cleansing. Now, I have never argued anything close to that. I've never made the argument that we should ethnically cleanse blacks from the United States. But if I did, I'd be hanged by that forever. Is Shapiro. Why and why not? He is not reminded of that every time he goes around, not because he apologized for it 20 years later, but because he has all the correct opinions. He's 100%. Not a target. He's got backing. And so...
well, also the people that he spends the majority of his time with are other right-wingers that don't really care about those sorts of things. They give a pass to those sorts of things and also want to ingratiate themselves with him so that they can get access to his audience, his viewers, his platforms. So they have lots of incentives to downplay or ignore and look the other way on the controversial, bigoted remarks that they've said. And in a lot of instances, again, they just don't really care. And Ben Shapiro just goes out of his way to avoid his critics most of the time.
That kind of tells us that, and by the way, the same applies to all other kinds of scandals. If we want to have an open society...
And Marjorie Taylor Greene fit in the Democrat Big Tent. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene is literally explicitly not a Democrat. You can work with individuals that are not in your party on certain solutions. Completely fine. When you agree on the same solution, the same bill, the same like legislative outcome, the same policy, that's awesome. That's fine. But usually the allyship and alignment is not really about the solution. It's like, oh, we like criticize these people or this thing, so there should be an allyship from there. But usually the people saying that want it to be all on their terms, and they have more nefarious goals.
Society, and that's ironic coming from me, but we do need
libertarian Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, sort of. It's like you do need some level of tolerance, actually, to inoculate yourself from using reputational destruction for political control, because that's what I've come to realize about it.
Jesus Christ, that's funny. Copernicus in chat. I mean, this doesn't mean that it's like really, really common or anything like that, but it's still happening. Couple goes on trial over staged cross burning in front of campaign sign during Colorado Springs mayoral election. This was May 19th of this year. Copernicus in YouTube chat. I support open combo. Fuentes is probably gay, but mostly correct on the big picture. All makes sense now. Also a Groyper.
Dude, you're 100% right. Dude, I used to talk about this all the time because, you know, as you mentioned, I was a big Ron Paul supporter when he was running for president. And when
the left really needs to stop thinking they're right and spend time of why they're right. They're spelled incorrectly.
Running for president, which is, looking back at it now in 2025 is so goddamn funny, but they'd always bring up the racist Ron Paul newsletters. The racist newsletters, which, by the way, if you look at that, it was so tame compared to like anything. Like, I mean, it was literally like, I think one of the things was they said, one guy in the newsletter said the LA riots only stopped because they needed their welfare check or something.
Right.
Which is like, anyway, but so you're just, and they would Ron Paul, of all people, to try to...
This is my channel. This is your last chance. You've gone awfully quiet in YouTube chat.
Paint him as a hater of some sort. A dude who does not have like a hateful... is just like a Christian baby doctor who's been married to the same woman for 60-something years. Like just and they would try to pull that up, and then you'd notice like, oh, okay, but like, you know, you look at the things Joe Biden has said in his day, look at the things Hillary Clinton has said, look at all the, oh no, they don't ever get hit for that. In fact, the greatest libertarian theorist of all time, Murray Rothbard, in one of his most controversial articles, and we talked about this, I think, the first time we podcasted together, but he wrote this thing about David Duke, and he was making the point how they're like, well, why is it that they hate David Duke so much? And I go, oh, you say because he used to be in the Klan? And I go, well, Robert Byrd, the Lion of the Senate, like he used to be in the Klan. No one has a problem with that. And so you realize, yes, oh, this is, you make the rules so vague and so narrow that they apply to everyone, and then you choose who's going to get hit and who always happens.
We are scared you yelled at us. I didn't. I yell at individuals, and they're the ones talking shit first, and I'm inviting them to come talk to me live and hash out their disagreements, but they never want to once I extend the invitation to them, funnily enough.
Happens to get hit very coincidentally, the people who don't support Israel and the permanent warfare state.
Yep.
Always. It's even like with the woke right term. You know, the definition they're working off of is you awoken to something. That makes you woke. And by the way, here's a list of all the woke right people, and they completely coincidentally happen to be all of the right-wingers who don't support Israel and don't support the warfare state. Like, it's always what it is. And it's the one and that's another, it's a real problem of the kind of the racist thing being what you ruin people over.
Right.
Because again, we're all a little bit racist. People just don't want to admit it. But that's one thing growing up in New York City, you learn when you're around different people. It's not.
I feel like he's totally, like, not only is this revealing that the extent to which he's in an echo chamber, but yeah, there are leftists and liberals that acknowledge all of these things. If anything, they get criticism for going too hard as far as like acknowledging that like all of us are racist, all of us are sexist, all of us are implicitly bigoted or whatever. Those sorts of like performative avowals of like our biases and bigotries or whatever has been the subject of controversy and criticism from the right, from the center, from other liberals, from people on the left that are more like you're critical of idpol or whatever. He's like, this is just such an old mode of discourse.
It's not, racism isn't something that belongs to old white men. It's something that every group has. And actually minorities in this country are quite willing to be open about it.
Yes.
Which is something that is, not discussed in like liberal academia, but like you go over to like your Asian friend's house and his dad will tell you exactly how black people are, how Latino people are, how white people are. Anyway, so, even when I was talking to those alt-right guys back in the day, and part of the reason,
again, I came here to watch he and Fuentes. I thought I didn't think that it was going to be a debate. Everyone was saying it was like a friendly conversation. That's why they were critical of it. But Jesus fucking Christ, the yapping from Dave Smith. Why even have guests?
And I never, I did always find the conversations interesting. But although I didn't, I always thought the ethno state thing was just like a retarded non-starter of like you're going to turn America into it. Like what? But I guess I want to say this the right way because I know people will judge me for saying this, but in some ways I kind of thought that the alt-right and then in some ways the Groypers, in a way, they were the most honest expression of the Trump moment.
Yeah.
Because I think
I kind of feel this way about the red pillars, which is why it can be fun to debate them because they just will openly state their disgusting beliefs and contempt for women, for minorities, for queer people, whatever group it is that they're hyperfixated on at the moment. And it's not a more honest engagement because you can still be bad faith even if you wear your kind of biases and bigotry on your sleeve. But that part at least is somewhat relieving as opposed to interacting with other people that believe all the same things that these red pillars believe, but call themselves like centrists or think that they're just like average conservatives when they're not.
There's through years of, kind of like political correctness, the post-war consensus, like all of these things, it's almost like the older generation there was an inability to just say it. Because it was perceived as racist in order to say it. So there's always code words. It's like we have too much illegal immigration. We have too much of...
Aren't red pillars conservative? I mean, all red pillars are conservative, but not all conservatives consider themselves red pill, is how I'd say.
We need... When really what the issue was about was that America was being transformed racially. I mean, that it was being transformed from...
Wait, what? Hold on. I lost the plot a little bit. Hold on.
Immigration. We have too much of that. We need... And when really... what the issue was about was that America was being transformed racially. I mean, that it was being transformed from a majority white country, which it's always been through its entire history, and that's being changed.
This was literally like that. I think that's like, I don't know, like, is it the dumbest or the most ignorant thing that he said? Which one do we think that it is? Yeah, this country that had Native American people on it first. Yeah, but it's always been white, dude. Okay, got it.
And it just seemed to me that it's pretty obvious that if you, whatever, like the things the alt-right guys all used to say, if you went to Italy and said, hey, we have some demographic projections, this place is going to be 90% French in a few years. Isn't that wonderful? I think most of them would go, no, that's not wonderful because we want this to be Italy. And so, you have this...
I don't know. Is like Dave a race realist or something? Like there's nothing, again, he was talking about like racial and like demographic transformation, But one, people can assimilate. Two, if your understanding of what constitutes a national identity is tied to a race, then no, I get that is racial transformation. But all it means, like, when these sorts of like, oh, you don't want France to not be France or whatever, like suggesting obviously that like non-white people can't be French or something.
Drastic change that was completely forced on the American, but there was never a choice. There was never a referendum.
He's talking about Groyper POVs. If that's how, if he's not outlining his own and he's talking about Groypers, I could totally see that happening. Like, I'm more like, my eye is just like, not just my eyes, I'm like half in, half out, because I'm just like, when is he going to ask Fuentes questions? When are they going to actually have any sort of like back and forth?
Like, should America become a majority minority country? And that referendum wouldn't have done.
But I mean, he sounds sympathetic to these positions, no? When he's like, nobody wants these sorts of overnight transformations of their country.
Good in 1960, like if you had asked those people, or 65, whenever the bill was, if you had asked those people, that would have been everybody, including all the black people, would have been like, no, we don't. You would have got 99% voting against it. This happened against the will of the Americans, and during that, it's not even like they're like, hey, the people never asked for this, but we're transforming your society anyway. But we're going to be really cool about it. Mm-hmm. They didn't even throw that last one in there. They went, you didn't ask for this. It's happening anyway. And fuck you and everything you hold dear. And also, your son's a girl. Like, it's like on every level. And I think that was.
I think he's just outlining the Groyper POV. I think he sounds sympathetic to this, if not outright endorsing or saying that he believes in this, or he understands why people would be upset about this.
Was guaranteed to create a pushback. And I think it's crazy to not engage with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree. That's how I interpreted the Trump revolution. When I was 18 and Trump won the election, and by we, I mean me and my followers at the time, or whoever I considered a fellow traveler, we viewed the Trump revolution as an implicit white identitarian movement. And that is what was loaded behind every slogan. Make America great again. Okay, when was America great? Was it great 15 years ago, or are you talking about like the 80s? And what was America like in the 80s? It was a different color, it was a different flavor. We're going to say Merry Christmas again. Okay, what does that mean? Who doesn't say Merry Christmas? Liberals and all these people that practice different religions, Muslims and Jews for that matter, although Trump was always pro-Israel. And we saw Trump as basically just an implicit expression of that, and over time would become more explicit as the changes became sort of ignorable, the demographic changes, the cultural changes. And I do agree with your point, because as someone like myself, these were the conversations I was having, as maybe like a higher IQ. Obviously, I'm not just like a resentful, angry white man who doesn't like change. I was looking at this and saying,
he was an 18-year-old trying to have higher IQ conversations, you see.
And like you said before, it's not maybe desirable that America changes. You recognize this is in progress. It is happening. It, in some sense, has happened. And as maybe a young person, though, and being precocious and also impulsive and immature, I was trying to find the vocabulary and language to talk about these things. And I was interested in opinions on this. And I did talk to people at the time who were willing to engage with me. They were few and far between. And they would say, is it really practical, an ethno-state? And clearly there's going to be diversity, but how are we going to live with that? How can we preserve some semblance of our way of life? And I feel like if there was more of a recognition that we deserve that we deserve engagement, a conversation, recognition, that our grievances are valid, that it's okay to not be okay with the things that are happening, maybe the movement would have taken a different.
It's just occurring to me that he was criticizing people that have Ben Shapiro on that don't bring up the fact that he's said in tweets many years ago, like, oh, Arabs like to, bomb crap and live in open sewage and the settlements rock. Because Israelis like to, not do those things. They like to build stuff. He was like, why isn't that being brought up every time to Ben Shapiro? Because that's an important thing to say. But then when his own, past catches up with him, when Media Matters documents the things that he said, he just backs up and he's like, but I'm a commentator. Don't these people understand that I talk for a living? I'm prone to saying crazy shit. Can Ben Shapiro just make that same excuse?
Direction, or maybe it wouldn't be so much rage and conflict and division, but it's like you said, people were told this is the way it's going to be. Your neighborhood is destroyed. It's irreversibly changed. If you have a problem with that, it's because you're a bad person. If that makes you angry, we're just going to take away your voice. And if you riot, then we're just going to throw you in jail and ruin your life. And it was just kind of like, I said this on my show, doubling down, always doubling down, ignoring intolerance. I know that's like trite at this point, but ironically, you know, the proponents of tolerance were intolerant of anyone that wasn't on board and anyone that didn't look like the new.
So much for the tolerant left, am I right?
American they wanted to make. And I think that in some sense, maybe my ascendancy in the past couple of years as well, and this is accompanied by and maybe caused it, the Overton window moving to the right on everything, on race, on Israel, on crime, on immigration. Now that people are kind of like banging on the door of the liberal elite saying like, get out, now they're willing to have a conversation. Now they're saying, all right. Okay, maybe we could talk about turning some of this stuff.
He's saying this at a time where the pendulum is already swinging back on all of this. Support for immigration is at a high that we haven't seen in like 20 years or something. Hold on. Let's see. July 11th of this year, support for immigration rebounds as Trump cracks down on it, poll finds. In a market reversal from a year ago, more Americans now have positive views about immigration, and a record high believes it is good for the nation. This was reported by the New York Times on July 11th of this year. And even the more recent articles like this, voters favor deporting those in U.S. illegally, but say Trump has gone too far. A position, this is like not any sort of departure from, American opinion. I would expect this.
Back.
Oh, wait, but this is not good. Time Siena poll shows that a majority of voters believe the Trump admin is supporting mostly the right people, even as a majority also say the process has been unfair. No surprise there. That actually comports with older stats that showed like people, like 70% of Americans supported the mass deportation program, but then you ask that same cohort of people like, or you explained to them how it would have to go down, and they were like the same amount opposed it. So it's just, I want all the groceries in one bag, but I don't want the bag to be heavy. I want them to do the mass deportations, but I want it to be fast, and let's get rid of all the illegals, and I want it to be cheap, but also I don't want there to be any violations of due process, and also don't deport my neighbor or the guy who does my landscaping or the the checkout guy who is just trying to get a green card because he's really nice to me at Publix. Like, the mind of the average voter is like a black box.
And I've said on my show, I just hope this is the moment when there's introspection and we do talk and we find a resolution, because my fear is that we blow right past that and the worst elements with the worst impulses, because they are vindicated in some sense, are going to take control of this, and it is going to be a lot of populist anger, real resentment, real rage, real hatred, cruelty, because I think that's a distinct possibility.
Yeah, I'm glad you say that, and I completely agree with you. And I think it's a moment that there should be introspection for everybody, like myself included, you and your audience included, and also those liberals. I mean, because it's just, and perhaps part of this perspective is just that I'm older than you. Not that I don't need to like play that as a card, but my point of reference, like I was born in the 1980s. And so I was born in 83. I grew up in the 80s and 90s. And this was a different country back then, And I think one of the things that's been interesting, I'm really interested to get your point of view on this.
Ironic that Trump is against immigration when 2/3 of his wives are from other countries, lol. Not really. I mean, these people are like totally... They're inconsistent on the discrete points, but when you zoom out and realize that their principle is just, these are the most entitled people in the fucking world, and they just want to do whatever they want at any given moment, according to whatever feeling they happen to be experiencing at any given time, then it makes sense in that sort of analysis and framework.
One of the things that's been interesting for me about, say, like...
Just kind of like rules for thee, not for me. Yeah.
The cultural transformation, the most recent one that we've lived through, with the woke insanity being rolled back and the censorship being rolled back, which are very related, I think. And I think there's certain things you could point to that were like big moments. Like, I think the Bud Light and the Target campaigns were like a big moment. Like, it was one of the first times that like big corporations got a black eye over this. And even if they gain that money back in their stock, it's like you lose billions of dollars.
Dude, the thing with Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light. They didn't even have her featured in an ad or a campaign. They sent her a single personalized can of beer, and she talked about it on an Instagram story. She didn't receive any money or compensation, and then she later went on to say that like they never reached out to offer any support or anything like that, even though she had gotten more hate from that specific controversy than she'd ever gotten with anything else ever.
That starts getting people thinking about this stuff. And then obviously Elon buying Twitter, and then just kind of Zuckerberg wanting to be cool or whatever it is exactly. The government pressure being taken off. I don't know if we know exactly what it is, but like but one of the things that's been interesting is like, I think from people like my perspective, being 42, is that I think a lot of us were like, oh, good. Like we can go back to not having everything so racialized and having everything so, like just, I just think that stuff's not good. And then, that is not at all what's happened. And in fact, I think, like it's been kicked into higher gear. And one of the things I've been thinking about a lot with that is that, it's probably just from my perspective, being my age, it's much easier for me to go, all right, let's just go back to like what the before time, before this woke insanity, things weren't that crazy, at least culturally. Whereas I think your audience, and part of mine, but more so your audience, which is younger, naturally, they lived through it in a different way than I ever did.
Like this idea also, wokeism or like all of this shit only started a few years ago. It's like before there was wokeism, or like the fucking wokies, whatever they want to call them. There were social justice warriors, and then before that, it was political correctness and the PC police. There's always been some iteration of this. It's nothing new.
And there, you think about like that. What was the kid's name? Sandman, Nicholas Sandman.
Oh yeah.
The guy they tried to ruin this kid's life.
Is this the Convington kid? Congestion teen? Hold on. Covington teen. What's his name? Nicholas Sandman. Yep, of course it is. This kid later went on to speak at like an RNC, by the way. And he also was compensated handsomely because he like sued CNN and all of these other outlets for like libel, slander, which he's entitled to do, and he got paid lots of money. So justice was served in this instance.
For the crime of being an angel. Mm-hmm. I mean, dude, Nick, man, I am lucky that...
Okay, chill. Just because he was not like fairly represented in some media stories or outlets or whatever does not mean he was a fucking angel.
There wasn't social media
like, what is this urge to whitewash people instantly? I don't get it.
Podcasting or like shit when I was a kid. But I remember saying on that shit, man, if me and my friends, when we were teenagers, if those black Israelites, because we were just little fucking hooligans from Brooklyn, like we were like, if they had come up and started talking all that shit to us and the neighbor, you guys are colonizers, we would have immediately been like, that's right, bitch. Yeah, we took your shit, didn't we? Right. Oh yeah, you raped our women. Oh, and you didn't do shit. Like we would have just immediately started talking shit back to them. Mm-hmm. It would have probably been a fight.
Wouldn't you start debunking them? Because Dave Smith said earlier in this that America has like always been white and there were, I guess, no Native American or indigenous people here before the white settlers, so...
This kid does nothing. Just a Catholic kid who's like in there for a ride, so he just smiles. He just stands there and smiles. And they tried to ruin his life over that. And I think, for a lot of people that you talk to, these are like, I'm not saying
good old white boy. I mean, like, literally, it's the Charlie Kirk thing. And I mean, he's like kind of a martyr or whatever, that like Convington teen. He didn't die, obviously, but it's the same thing where because there was like sloppiness surrounding the reporting, there's one mistake, then that gives license to these fucking people to completely rewrite history and just whitewash everything.
They were black people growing up in the Jim Crow South, but they really did come up under a system that was overtly bigoted against them, where it was like, hey, it is the law of the land that you will be denied opportunities. We're looking to put women and people of color and everything except you, straight white man. Mm-hmm. We're looking at everything else. Your university hates your guts. Hollywood hates your guts. The media, the political class. And it's a big ask after all of that when you get, the leg up to go, can you be cool now? Mm. And so I understand where that's a tough thing, to ask. At the same time, I do think, as you mentioned.
Wait, were you get the leg up? What?
After all media, the political class, and it's a big ask after all of that when you get, the leg up to go, can you be cool now?
This dumb motherfucker actually thinks that because there's like slightly better parity with respect to representation and like media of minorities or women or whatever, like that translates to, there's like basically parity in the society and world that we live in. There's not like vast inequalities that still persist into the 21st century, whether it be, economically or systemically, like.
And so I understand where that's a tough thing, to ask. At the same time, I do think, as you mentioned, we're not going to live in a way
like what he says, getting a leg up that's like balancing the scales. Clearwatch, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Hopefully everybody who is the recipient of a sub is appreciative. And the Silly Serious, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub as well. Y'all are awesome. Oh, wait. Okay. I thought you gifted too, but it showed me who you directed it to. Thank you so much.
Ethno state.
You guys can enjoy your emotes and ad-free experiences now.
The 1960, we can't go back to 1965 and undo the Immigration Act. And this is going to be a multiracial society of some sort. And we ought to think about, like, okay, how do we move forward in a way that's conducive to peace and prosperity, which is kind of what we all on some level want.
Yeah, it's a difficult question because I guess it comes down to multiracialism itself, because we do live in different America. There was, I'm told, the consensus in the 90s and the early noughts where people describe race relations as generally good. And, you know, we could talk about why that is.
Okay, but what people? Think tanks? White people? Who?
I mean, people say that that's only after there was this intense anti-crime intervention, the crime bill and Giuliani and stop and frisk and all that. You know, but people say
it's
things
like
are
the
pretty
sloppiest claims. People say this, you know, many people believed that thing at this point in time. Some said this, some attributed it to that. Just, okay.
Good. But America was also a lot less diverse. And so we've undergone this political transformation. And on the other side of it, we do have a much different America. And the question is, now that we really do have like these large groups of different races in the country, can there be a brand new political order that's based on understanding? And it comes down to the question of that in itself. And to me, all these little things that they were talking about 20 years ago or 10 years ago, representation, microaggressions, opportunity, it's really about power. That's ultimately what it comes down to. It's about who will predominate, who will be preeminent. When you're talking about, for example, DEI, that's saying we want the spots at Harvard because you know who is scouting Harvard talent? The biggest corporations, law firms. And we want to be in the law firms. We want to be on the boards of the biggest companies because we want power. Right. And we want power to help ourselves. We want that for Black people. We want that for Hispanics, for Asians. And so it does come down ultimately to power sharing. And power sharing and even wealth sharing, it comes down to the distribution or allocation of resources.
Like this, again, DEI, affirmative action, as if these things lead you to like, again, affirmative action and DEI programs don't just grant you like degrees. They don't grant you honors. They don't grant you particular grades or a certain GPA. All of that has to be worked for. Just because you got into the college does not mean you can't fail out, not attend your lectures and do really, really poorly, drop out or whatever, like be expelled. Like they act like DEI is when you get put at the very front of the line to get accepted to Harvard, Stanford, Berkeley, any Ivy League school. It doesn't matter if your resume was literally just like scribbling your name on like a cocktail napkin and like mailing that in. You're gonna get in because you're Black or trans or whatever. And then from there, it's just smooth sailing.
It's contentious because whites are necessarily losing power. They used to have all of it, and now they're sharing it. Now they're going to have half of it or a quarter of it. And what's more is if another group has power over you, there's like an inherent suspicion because it's like, well, this guy's not really looking out for me because he doesn't look like me and he didn't come from where I came from and he's not like me. And the problem with this is after there's so much conflict, the non-whites don't trust whites. And the whites are rightly skeptical of the non-whites because the non-whites seem to have a license to hate whites. Non-whites have like inherent distrust, basically like a veiled hatred and resentment. And they're
Nick has no clue what he's talking about. LOL. Yeah, but that's why he's famous.
Totally. They feel completely...
Never been an issue for getting your message out in American media, independent or otherwise.
Able to express that.
It's like a feature, not a bug.
The fundamental question is how now do the races share power in a way that isn't contentious? How do we find an understanding? And I don't know if that's even possible because the concern from the alt-right was always, in particular in a democracy, in an open society, when politics gets racialized, it basically just becomes like a race war. Yeah. It turns into
politics have never been racialized until now in like 2016 or when DEI was put into place. Definitely wasn't like a white supremacist structure from the start or like nothing of the sorts.
a soft form of a racial war. And
that only
now
started
they're
in like
saying
the last 20 years. That happened under like Clinton, apparently.
Woke right. I think the reason they're doing that, and they want to, just kind of get rid of identity politics and find a consensus, is because they want for the whites now not to fight the non-whites. They want a situation where, like you said, we're going to have happy liberal whites, blacks, Hispanics, Asians all living together. I just don't know how possible that is at this point. And that's where people start to talk about, can we disintegrate? We were forcibly integrated with immigration and after the Civil Rights Act. Can we now go our separate ways? I don't know that that's actually even a good thing, though. I don't know that that's even like a good answer. But I would say where it starts is just with honesty. Ultimately, there's got to be a recognition that there are legitimate grievances on both sides, and there are illegitimate grievances.
Truth and reconciliation between the whites and everyone else.
Right.
There are legitimate voices expressing those grievances that actually, because I said this on the Charlie Kirk show, after Charlie got shot, I think there was a real threat of like war. I think there still is, because left.
Was Nick Fuentes ever on the Charlie Kirk show, or does he mean like when he was discussing the Charlie Kirk show, that's what he was talking about? I didn't know he and Charlie like ever really spoke. The show he did on Charlie. See, this is when the resident gripers on YouTube chat come in handy.
Wingers are shooting people and blowing stuff up, and eventually a right winger is going to retaliate. And then is it going to be like the 60s and 70s? That's a question. But I said on my show after Charlie died, the important thing is, let's get a new consensus of people that don't want that, that don't want war, that don't want their opponents to die, that don't want to murder each other. I said, I'm Christian. I don't believe in murder. I don't believe in revenge. I said, and not all people are Christian, and not all Christians believe that, actually. And so I think moving forward, there needs to be an uncomfortable coming together of people that have grievances, legitimate grievances with each other, but who both want harmony, want to live in peace, don't want bloodshed. Leaders from both sides to come together, but I'm not optimistic. I think that the most cynical, calculating people rise to the top. They will incite and exploit the divisions and try to vie for control. And I think...
And he just called this, he was like, oh, this, like, he like explicitly said like, oh, this guy was a leftist or whatever. This is reported by NBC. No evidence found yet of ties between Charlie Kirk's shooting and left-wing groups, officials say. 3 people familiar with the federal probe into Kirk's assassination told NBC News that investigators have yet to find a link between the alleged shooters and left-wing groups. This was reported September 20th of this year. So, yeah, Trump's admin, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, that FBI, looking into this, thus far, no evidence connecting the suspect with any left-wing groups. Every indication so far is that this was one guy who did one really bad thing because he found Kirk's ideology personally offensive, this person continued. In addition, 2 of the people familiar with the probe said it may be difficult to charge Robinson at the federal level for Kirk's killing, while the 3rd source said there is still an expectation that some kind of federal charge is filed against him.
Conflict is more likely than peace at this point.
Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard to keep those because it's so easy. It's so easy, And by the way, just because you mentioned it, and I did say this publicly a bunch, but I really did appreciate your episode after Charlie Kirk. Thank you for that. So I was on Piers Morgan debating that Brandon Tatum, the cop guy, and that was what he was. He said I was a terrible person for giving you credit for that show, and then his whole argument was like, he's like, Nick is disingenuous. Like, he doesn't mean that. And it's just like, whatever. I didn't even like spend that much time on it in the thing, but it was just funny. It was like in my head, I was like, wait, so in your worldview.
So, I mean, it sounds like this person raised a thing that's relevant, which is, yeah, the person that you're praising acts in bad faith or lies frequently, so why are you going to give him credit?
Nick is this disingenuous. He's the leading neo-Nazi. It's like, okay, so the leading neo-Nazi is calling for peace? Like, is that not, can we at least acknowledge that's preferable to
for white people? Oh my, I really didn't know Dave Smith was this stupid. I shouldn't be surprised. This is somebody who's like a fucking objectivist or whatever, and anybody who's like a disciple of Ayn Rand can pretty easily and fairly be clocked as a moron from 100 feet away. But Jesus Christ, highly impressionable and stupid.
The other outcome, but on the broader topic,
just like so like intellectually and curious.
I agree with your assessment, unfortunately, that it's kind of less likely that this has a positive outcome than a negative one. But I do think that, I look at it like I was born in 1983, which, to me does not feel like that long ago. I still feel like you, man, except my knees. My knees really don't feel like you. But, you know, so I was born in 1983. This is 20 years, less than 20 years, 19 years after the Civil Rights Act, right? So it's like, it kind of does make sense in a way that perhaps there was like a different outlook only 20 years after the Civil Rights, and now it's 2025. Like, this is actually quite a bit further. This is 60 years after the Civil Rights Act now. And I do...
That is nothing in the grand scheme of... Like, you have chattel slavery in this country for, like, how long? Close to, like 321 years or something like that. And he thinks that legislation passed in the 60s, that's been around for, like, 60 years is going to undo all of that in that short a period of time. That people don't so carry these bigotries forward, that we don't have systems in place that with no bad actors carry forward all of these things. It's all been reversed because the Civil Rights Act got passed. Got him.
Think that, like, in order to move forward, the only way to do this.
Anna K worships this dude, so that should tell you everything. Oh, believe me, I know. She has sung his praises multiple times.
Would be to declare... Man, I hate saying this word, but actual equality of some sense. Like, it would actually have to be like, look, nobody's getting discriminated against under the law.
You have Kamala Harris talking about, like, busing segregation in 2019 on the Democratic primary debate stage. You have, like, hold on, the first woman, girl to go to.
Nobody has a right to have their special, their group interest, their group idea, or everybody gets to do it, you know? Now, like, I think the way it worked, like, when I was a kid, it's almost like there was a gentleman's agreement. Like,
What's her name? Ruby Bridges. Again, Ruby Bridges, 71 years old, American civil rights activist. She is the first African-American child to attend formerly whites-only William Frantz Elementary School in Louisiana during the New Orleans school desegregation crisis on November 14th, 1960. She is the subject of a 1964 painting, The Problem We All Live With, by Norman Rockwell. You have Dave Smith being like, these things happened long ago, you see. We've pretty much solved everything. Like, there's, like, parity in society or something like that. This didn't happen that long ago, dude. It's, like, not only is it not in the past and still happening now, even if that were the case, it was, like, yesterday as far as history is concerned. 60 years is, like, nothing.
There was a gentleman's agreement where it was kind of like, look, we know, like, bad things happened to minorities in this country in the past, and so we're not going to say, like, some of the things that we obviously know, and we'll even allow you to say a little bit about us. And that was kind of the gentleman's agreement. And
why should that be the gentleman's agreement? Fighting ignorance with more ignorance? We're just not going to talk about history. We're not going to talk about the legacy of, like, colonialism or chattel slavery, or the fact that America was, like, very, very late to abolish a lot of these things. Like, what does that help exactly? I mean, it's convenient for you to not have to want to think about these things, right? And trying to suggest, like, we both did things like, white people enslaved black people and other, like, non-white people, and then black people did what exactly? Like, bothered a Convington teen once?
And at a certain point, it was like the progressive left, particularly
like what? Again, like, I'm trying to understand, like, what exists as far as, like, if we're doing this sort of, like, this is not how I know, no one should even understand these things in such vulgar terms, but if we're just taking it down to, like, X race of people did this thing, and X race of, like, people did, and this other race of people did this other thing, like, what historical wrong are black people, like, what did they do to you?
Just broke this gentleman's agreement. And they were like, well, no, we're going to say everything that we want to say. And then eventually I feel like, the young white men were kind of like, okay, well then screw it. So then there's no gentleman's agreement anymore.
Right.
And, I remember, I remember, I'm sure you saw this when Scott Adams had that comment a couple years ago, I guess it was, that went super viral.
I already know what it is. It's when Scott Adams was like, white people should stop talking to black people because they hate us. And it's literally based off of this polling data from, like, a right-wing organization that asked black people if they're okay with the phrase, it's okay to be white, or, like, white lives matter. And I don't even think it was a majority, but, like, a plurality of them expressed discomfort or a negative view of that sentiment. And Scott Adams took that to mean that black people hated white people.
Adams, who's unfortunately is, I think, very sick these days. Me and him have argued a few times on Twitter, but I was sad to hear that. But he said the thing, he was like, my advice to white people is just don't be around blacks. Like, just move away, move to a different neighborhood where they're not there. And I remember first hearing that and going like, yo, that's fucked up, dude. And then like the second...
correct, it is. It's a stupid conclusion to draw. Even if I granted that poll said what he thought it did.
After I went, oh, that's fucked up, I went, that is exactly what I did. That is exactly what I did. You know, I mean, I remember me and my wife were looking at the town that we ultimately moved to, and it's just like there was like a grading thing, you know, when you look at towns and they're like schools, A+, like this, A+, this, A+, crime, A+, this, A+, and they go diversity, D-. And I was like, cool. Like, I mean, and it's not like I don't care, but it's like those other things are important to me, and they do seem to be attached to this one. And so it's like, I think in order to kind of put this fire out, there would have to be some type of system where it's like, look, like white people are.
Here, this is what Scott Adams said, just as like a quick little detour and reminder. I've not watched this video, so there might be a better one. Let me see if they include it.
Fallout from the racist rant by the creator of one of the nation's top comic strips. Newspapers across the country are dropping Dilbert, and Stephanie Ramos is here with more. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hi there, Rebecca. This isn't the first time Dilbert comic strip creator Scott Adams has made some controversial comments, but he is now experiencing possibly the biggest repercussion of his comments about race.
This morning, another newspaper is dropping the popular comic strip Dilbert after its creator was accused of going on a racist rant.
Dilbert's being canceled all over the country.
The Star Tribune in Minneapolis has joined the Los Angeles
Show the comments.
Times, Washington Post, and USA Today, no longer printing the cartoon, poking fun at office culture after creator Scott Adams revealed his interpretation of a poll from Rasmussen Reports.
If nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll, that's a hate group. That's a hate group, and I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people.
Adams says he was only
I got any white people in chat? Who agrees?
Advising people to avoid hate and claims his quotes were taken out of context.
Do you think that I went on...
There was no context. The context just made him look like a moron, and then he tried to say, like, I was being hyperbolic later.
A live stream and said, stay away from black people, every one of them. There's no exceptions. Whatever you do, just ask yourself, was there anything?
I love Dilbert. Don't ruin it for me. I mean, anytime I've read Dilbert comic strips, even knowing that this is who is behind it, I'm never reminded of him. It is just kind of shocking to me that he's the guy who made that comic. I'm not gonna lie, but can separate the art from the artist in this instance fairly easily.
Was there maybe a why to that you haven't heard yet? If you heard it in context, would you disagree with it? And the answer is, I haven't seen anybody disagree.
For 3 decades, Adams produced his comic strip Dilbert, which satirizes office culture. Dilbert appeared in 2,000 newspapers in 65 countries and 25 languages, guys.
All right, Stephanie.
Imagine if we flipped that and said you don't support BLM, so you don't think Black Lives Matter. I mean, I don't have to imagine that there are people that make this argument, but I mean, are they wrong? Again, we can surmise subtext from what these things mean. If you ask me, in a vacuum, do I have an issue with the statement, it's okay to be white? No, but I don't live in a vacuum. I live in the real world where that statement does not literally only mean it's okay to be white in the same way it's okay to be black, it's okay to be Asian, it's okay to be whatever. It's a racist dog whistle and white supremacist statement. So with that in mind, if you're somebody, I would expect and hope most people would be hesitant to repeat that or would not like that phrase. Not because of the literal denotation of what it's saying, but because of the connotation. And similarly, people that were so hostile to Black Lives Matter, whatever, in a lot of instances, sure, it's ignorance, but that ignorance can be informed by or rooted in racism. And I just don't think that most people have a leg to stand on when it comes to their criticisms of Black Lives Matter. I mean, some have more precise criticisms of BLM, the organization, which I'll hear out. But the movement itself, standing against that, I find to be very, very suspect.
Thank you. Well, hey there, Jim.
They can't be discriminated against under the law, and they can't be discriminated against in other ways either. And they have to also be allowed to say what they want to say. And to your point, there are legitimate grievances.
I do see less people doing it with BLM though, and I see more people doing it with like anti-fascists. That like if you have criticisms of like Antifa or whatever, then you love fascism.
Black people have. I mean, there is no, and this is my own bias, I guess, but much of it doing with government policy is almost everything that's handed to them from the state is absolute garbage, and their schools are really bad, and there's like legitimate grievances there. I also think like welfare has done enormous damage. But you kind of can't just blame all your problems on white people and racism. I mean, that actually is not really what's holding black people back in this country. And I think we have to be honest about that if we don't want things to go in an ugly direction.
Yeah, well, and I would say that a lot of what occurred under wokeism, I don't think it was all bad necessarily, because I think that, as I get older, I do recognize it's sort of funny. Like when I was a teenager, we were getting called racist for everything. Everything was racist, everything. And I feel like a lot of people started out saying, how's that racist? I remember used to, like you said earlier, if you called them black and not African-American, in like 2012, that was a problem. Or colored instead of person of color, whatever. And he'd say, I don't hate.
I mean, yeah, colored is like a dated term at this point.
Hate anybody for their race. I feel like people have kind of gone full circle. And now 10 years later, people are like, they actually hate non-white people and go, yeah, I'm racist, so what? And I don't know, I feel like maybe that's a mistake in a sense. I mean, I've said I'm racist, but like actually genuinely harboring racial hatred is bad. I think it's good as a society we move past that.
What? Hold on.
Maybe that's a mistake in a sense. I mean, I've said I'm racist, but like actually genuinely harboring racial hatred is bad.
Love a sentence that's I've said I'm racist, but...
I think it's
coming
good
from a neo-Nazi.
As a society we move past that. I think it's good as a society we move past a lot of prejudice. And I think
says head of hate movement, says one of the most racist men alive.
Agree that the new consensus just needs to be, just like you said, that basic conception of fairness, equality. And it really comes down to specificity with the language. Like everyone now talks about, are you racist? Are you not racist? I say, yeah, I'm a little racist. I think everyone's a little racist. Yeah, we're all a little prejudiced and we all believe in stereotypes. And what does that even really mean?
But I mean, it's so genius how, like, again, the shit hits really, really good if you're fucking stupid, which Dave Smith's audience probably is. So as far as trying to launder his radical politics into kind of like a normal, back and forth conversation that he's having with Dave Smith, a Jew, as a neo-Nazi, not doing a bad job because he's making it sound like, I've said I'm racist, but as we already established, we're all a little bit racist, you might feel kind of, some sort of way about immigration. I, on the other hand, I don't think that the Holocaust really happened. We all have these sorts of things. Like, what? Trying to, like, equate them or put them on the same playing field. But I mean, it's in very, very subtle ways like this. To anybody who's, like, the least bit critical, you can see right through it. But a lot of these people in his audience, this will be their first exposure to Nick Fuentes in a long form. And the whole point is to come off as presentable and normal and rational and just like you. And in that way, he succeeds, unfortunately.
Believe in cruelty, hatred, violence? No. And I usually like to use those.
He's so racist that he thinks everyone is a little racist. I mean, that's what every racist person believes, is that everybody feels the way that they do. They're just more honest about it. And by honest, they mean that they're, they are just openly and avowedly racist, and they're like, nobody really disagrees with me, it's just politically incorrect or whatever. Like, they've already precluded and dismissed the idea that they could just be wrong about many, many things. It's just like, no, it's not me. It's like, everyone's like this, or like, I'm right, and even if I wasn't, everyone's like this or believes it anyway, so what's the big deal?
Those words, because anyone who knows me, the number one racist, knows I'm not a cruel person. I'm not a hateful person. I'm not a violent person.
He said this on his show. The talking point is basically, we can acknowledge black people are less intelligent and it's sad, but we shouldn't hate them for it. Yeah, it's like this sort of like, at best, to the extent that you could even say anything positive about this stuff, it's a paternalistic form of bigotry. At worst, it's obviously genocidal or overtly hateful, but that still is white supremacy. Like, white supremacy is not even believing necessarily that white people are superior, like intellectually, physically, morally, etc., to non-white people. It's just that you believe that white people should have dominion over other groups of people. So that's entirely compatible with, like, having compassion, quote unquote, or whatever vulgar iteration of compassion these people think that they have for non-white people or people that aren't exactly like them. But it's, I guess, technically not contradictory.
Unless I'm put in a self-defense situation at my front door, let's say, because that is,
forgot about that.
Tends to happen, and I think that as a country, we could survive being racist. We can't survive ontologically hating each other and not wanting the best for each other and wanting to kill and destroy each other.
So I get a timeout for spelling, but a racist nothing. One, I don't know who is racist, but you're talking about, tag them. Two, yeah, because everybody's correcting you on your fucking spelling, and it's easier to just time you out than to ban everybody.
And that's why I think it's really important. It's like I said after that show, we are going to need to fight. I do believe there is going to need to be an intense political battle. And people are going to need to choose what side they're going to be on. And what side I'm not on is the side where someone gets shot in the neck and you celebrate, or someone gets stabbed in the neck with a knife and you make excuses for it. Or even in Gaza, people are being blown to smithereens and you say, give them hell. They deserve it, whatever. It's we need to find a way where, and I'm Christian.
People really ask why society became so segregated to the point that Black Americans are seen as separate colonies, imposed those laws after witnessing different groups living and intermixing freely before they gained broader control. I would argue that Black people haven't really gained broader control or political control in this country, really. And even if they did, since Black people are not monolithic, this idea of advocating for one's race is already kind of a nonsense concept. But the reason why it's not going to look anything like a Latin American country, it is partially because of eugenics and race realism, obviously, it's rooted in that. But it also has to do with the fact that even post-Reconstruction, Jim Crow, etc., you still had things like redlining and other institutionalized forms of discrimination and bigotry that you still see today, with mass incarceration. Until those are addressed, we can't even begin to undo these issues.
Of course, but we need to take most of the right and some of the left even against the kind of nihilistic element on the far left.
You have shit ideas. You're not anything but a piece of crap, all misspelled. Okay, now I'm just banning you because you're just ass mad that I timed you out for 10 minutes.
I really believe they are the problem. I think they are driving a lot of the issues here.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of truth to that. And I do agree with you that there was something, it was one of those examples that really pushes you up to the limit of speech versus inciting violence. But there is something there was just a major political assassination. This is a dangerous moment for this country. And you're just making a video about how great it was. And I 100%.
He's a fucking comedian. This guy, they just spent 50 minutes talking about everybody's a little bit racist. Why can't anybody make, comedy be legal anymore? And now he's saying that he's scolding these TikTok teens or whatever for making light of Charlie Kirk's death. Give me a fucking break, dude. You as a fucking stand-up comic should be the first person to be it's not my form of humor, but yeah, it's totally valid.
And agreed with your take. I think it was on Greenwald or Patrick Bet-David, one of those two shows, where you were just yeah, they should get fired from their job. And yeah, I'm sorry. There's there is a level, and yes, you do have to you have to work out your own hierarchy of moral outrages or whatever. But again, it's sometimes these things are somewhat arbitrary. I shouldn't even say, I guess exactly where you draw the line feels kind of arbitrary. In the same way, we all know, okay, a 6-year-old can't drive a car, but a 25-year-old has to be able to. I don't know. There's somewhere you got to draw the line. And if a woman is getting fired for posting "All Lives Matter," that's insane. But if you're getting fired for, it's I don't know.
It's also pretty insane to get fired because you made a TikTok making light of Charlie Kirk. Actually, you were correct, Dave. What? In general, of course he's a libertarian, so he thinks the fucking private sector should be able to fuck anyone in the ass, no lube, whatever they fucking want. Disrupt people's livelihoods, take away their employment status. But principally, you should just be very, very skeptical and against your boss taking action against you for behaviors you did when you're not even a public-facing role at a company unrelated to your work responsibilities. What does that have to do with performance? He probably believes in at-will employment, though, so of course he does. He's fine with these people being fired over things that they said online that were controversial, which is so stupid because it's dude, if you open that can of worms, which it's already opened, but why would you don't have to support it. You have also said things that may have grounds for you being fired for somebody on the same exact grounds. Why would he want this?
A buddy of mine, who made He got fired from his job because he made a video singing Kanye West's Heil Hitler song. And it was like...
Could argue that segregation exists more along the lines of socioeconomic classes. Okay, but what is it rooted in? You could argue that, but it's not mutually exclusive with that also overlapping with racial lines and divisions.
Yeah, dude, you know, like, I don't know. Like, a lot of employers are going to look at that and be like, yeah, dude, I can't have people do that. And that's not nearly as bad as celebrating someone who just got murdered. By the way, I know you're friends with Kanye. Gotta say, dude, Kanye's album College Dropout spoke to my soul. It was the year I dropped out of college. He made this album College Dropout, and I always loved. There's this one really beautiful song on there called Family Business, and I heard it earlier today, and man, it hits different after Cousins. The whole story is about his cousin, and I always thought it was such a nice song, but after Cousins, you're like, man, this one has a whole different tone to it. Anyway.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which
sounds
is
like such a dork here. Oh my god. Sponsors, Jesus Christ. Okay.
For 20% off. All right, let's get back into the show.
So I did, okay, I want to, this is something else because I had texted you, I wanted to talk about this. And so I wanted to kind of, because this was another thing that I heard you bring up recently, and it's one that particularly frustrates me. And whenever something particularly frustrates me, I'm always like, okay, what? Yeah, and then I got to figure out why exactly. I remember one time back in the day, Glenn Greenwald, this was when he broke the Snowden story, and he went on Lawrence O'Donnell's show. And Lawrence O'Donnell said to him, he was like, you know, Glenn, I've read all your reporting, and honestly, like, I just don't care. Like, I got nothing to hide. Like, I don't care if the government wants to look through my phone. I got nothing to hide. I remember Glenn was talking about it, and he was like, there was something about it that just made me so angry, and I kind of couldn't figure out what it was. And then it dawned on me that it was like, well, yeah, obviously you have nothing to fear, Lawrence O'Donnell. It's only the journalists who do real journalism who have anything to worry about, you know? And there's this dynamic that I see building up on the right, and I will. And again, these are not people I have anything personally against, but like Matt Walsh, Tim Pool. Tim's been very good to me. I consider him a friend. But they've all kind of taken this line of like, I don't care. I don't care what's going on with Israel. Like, why are you guys so obsessed? You know, why are you so? And there's something so particularly enraging about it. And I think part of it is because I really genuinely believe, like, guys like me and you are like, we'd love to not talk about this. Right. That's kind of our whole argument. Yes. Our whole argument is that this shouldn't be a thing we even have to talk about. But saying, why are you obsessed with it? It's like in 2006, I'm sitting here and I go, look, I'm a non-interventionist. But why is everyone talking about Iraq? Like, why do you have to? Well, because that's where we're intervening. So, like, how can you sit here and be like, I'm a non-interventionist? Like, you're taking the correct policy position from my perspective.
That is a useful analog to bring up.
At least give you credit for that. But the thing is, we are intervening.
Even if he's not making a particularly novel observation, which is that, like, yeah, pro-Israel people will always immediately start to side-eye you the second they think that there's an opportunity to do so, to be like, why are you singling out Israel?
We are currently being interventionists. And also, like, if your whole thing is like, I want to focus on America, I don't want to go fight other wars, well, who's pulling us into wars? Right. It ain't Lebanon. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, it just seems like cowardice to me. Like, it does seem like that message is resonating with, like, some people, as I just think it's profoundly unfair. Like, the whole point of all of this is that it is an American destruction of Gaza. This isn't Israel doing it. Netanyahu goes around and brags about what Israel can do. Israel can't do shit. Israel can only do things because they have the full backing of the United States of America.
Is this where they're actually going to start to get into, like, contentious territory? Because obviously Nick is like a Zog poster, to say the least, and he doesn't believe it's as simple as that. We watched at the beginning of this, before we even started this, him tearing into Dave Smith, specifically on this point, saying that he doesn't understand and can never understand the depth to which, the Jews run the world or whatever, because he is Jewish. So let's see if Fuentes gentle parents him through his talking points, or if he just goes straight for a disagreement.
So, like, sorry, if you're in the world of talking about these things, you don't get to pass on this one. Like, you got to have an opinion.
Yeah, I saw that too, and it's become very popular over the past year and a half. I see a lot of the young men, they watch Matt Walsh, they watch this other stuff, and they say, well, yeah, I just don't really care about Israel that much. I care about America. And I saw Matt Walsh say that on Tucker. He said, and you can tell that it is like a rhetorical innovation, because let's be honest, this is an issue that people like Matt Walsh don't want to talk about, because he works for Ben Shapiro and he knows, like Candace Owens, if you drift too far on that subject, you lose your job. And he likes having a job. So you get it. Now, this is an extremely contentious issue also, and it's very topical. It's in the news, and he knows the question's coming. Are you pro-Israel? Are you anti-Israel? There's people who feel very strongly about it. And you could tell this is like a rhetorical device. It's a cop-out where you can say, I'm not pro-Israel, but I'm not anti-Israel. I just don't care. And that really pissed me off because it seems like you're feigning ignorance. You're either lying or you're really ignorant. And the reason why is because, be that as it may, that you don't care about Israel, we happen to be supporting their war, and it's actually hurting us.
So he's not going to call him out for the entire framing. He's just trying to still find points of agreement.
And there's other things too. Obviously, it's a big subject. There's a lot of this stuff going on. And so people say, well, let them kill each other.
Snapper and Twitch, what you're describing as ethnically homogenous is completely nonsensical from a biological basis. There is more genetic diversity within what we understand to be a single ethnicity or a single race than there is between them. I promise you.
Other. If you've been paying attention, one side's doing a lot more killing. We're paying for it. We are, on the hook for all of it. And, so when they say, well, all that stuff, we don't care about it, whatever, be that as it may, it is going on. And until it stops or changes, we can't stop talking about it. It's like you said, we don't want to be obsessed with it, but if you talk about it, you get canceled. We have to talk about getting canceled. We have to talk about the thing in itself. And when that changes, similar on the same vein, people like Matt Walsh say, well, we should just end all foreign aid. It's like, okay, but they get like all of it. And it's not ending anytime soon. So you could sit there with your arms folded and say, well, I think we should end the foreign aid, but like it's not really a big issue. Well, then you're in favor of the status quo. And that's kind of...
Look at Fuentes' thumbs. How did I never notice that they're so far back? What is that called? Jesus. Look at this. Is that normal?
The whole point is like, even if you're recusing yourself or you're complacent, if you're doing anything other than actively opposing, you're passively supporting the ongoing status quo. And that needs to be said.
Right. And it just seems like, as you said, there's a price tag to be paid for opposing Israel.
Hitchhiker's thumbs, devil's horns.
And you don't wish to pay that price. And I'm like, okay, I understand that. But your entire worldview, even down to the non-interventionist, clearly says you have to oppose this. But you don't want to pay the price. And so you'll just go like, oh, you guys are obsessed. You guys are obsessed with this issue. It's like, oh, it's a pretty relevant issue.
Yeah.
And like, and it's a disaster for the Trump base.
Right.
I mean, it's like just politically, it's a disaster for the Democrats also. It's a huge part of the reason why they lost in 2024. And not just because their base was so...
Why are they saying this? It is not a disaster for Republicans in the way that I'd like it to be. You're seeing more polling broadly shift against Israel, which is cool. Like, for the first time, I think Pew is reporting that over a majority of Americans have a negative view of Israel for 53%, I think. But when you look at who still supports Israel, they're mostly Republicans. So this idea that the anti-interventionist right is definitely winning in this country or dictating the agenda. No, the fuck they're not. And it's not just a matter of that not being reflected in the media pundits. That's also among the base.
Against the thing. But because it sucked all the energy out of the room that they needed to be in opposition of Trump. They needed young people to be their shock troops like they were in 2016 and 2020. And all those young people were protesting a genocide.
Right.
And they just weren't going to turn around and be outraged by Tony Hinchcliffe, doing a routine at Madison Square Garden after that. It's just impossible. So it was devastating to them, but they're still going to support Israel no matter what. And now Donald Trump, they say, oh, look, they're destroying the Trump coalition. And it's like, well... we're kind of not budging on this one.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to say. This is not, it's not just, first of all, just for...
Aaron, how would you define anti-Semitism as hostility or prejudice against Jews for being Jews?
For moral reasons, I'm not budging on an issue of genocide. I'm not doing that. But on top of that, just for sovereignty reasons, for the obvious, look, at the very least, even if you don't go nearly as far as me, let alone as far as you, Benjamin Netanyahu is a neocon, at the very least, right? At the very least, he's a guy who testified before.
That's one way to define Benjamin Netanyahu, sure.
Congress, advocating we fight the war in Iraq, in Libya, and advocates we fight a regime change war in Iran. If a guy with that track record was appointed as Secretary of State or as the Defense Secretary, every non-interventionist has to be against that guy. So how can you can't be for him? It's just, and I do think that, I mean, I think there's like, they don't want to pay the price of being an Israel critic, but I think there's a new price that's going to come from not, taking.
It's not just that they don't want to pay the price, it's that it actually pays to hold the opposite position. You can literally get donors, monies, check, financial support, backing, institutional welcoming for towing a specific line with respect to Israel. So they're not just disincentivized because of backlash. They are literally financially incentivized to hold those positions if they work in conservative media.
A stand on this at all.
I totally agree, and I have kind of made that my mission. People hate the Groypers because the Groypers,
so many of these donors and funders or whatever are fanatical Zionists, whether they be Christian Zionists, people like Mike Huckabee or whatever, like these types of Zionists, or just traditional Zionists.
Warm on the internet. And
they sure do. They sure do, those bastards.
Even among my good friends who happen to be Jewish. No, they swarm and they make people...
Oh my God, what friends does Nick Fuentes have that happen to be Jewish?
Upset. And they're applying pressure. And that was something that I did
I just remember that Dave Smith was also happy to interview Richard Spencer. That was years ago, and no surprise there. Just wanted to sit down and have an interesting conversation in the marketplace of ideas with Richard Spencer.
Intentionally in 22. I did my AFPAC 3 conference. We invited Joe Kent, who was running for Congress, and he was America First. He's from the intel community, anti-war. I think his wife tragically was killed in Syria, and by all appearances seemed to be a good faith critic of the war machine. We invited him to our conference. He didn't show up. And then the next day, even though he wasn't even there, he disavowed me and said, I disavow Nick Fuentes. That's not populism. He said, particularly his views on Israel. And I said, see, that's the problem, because, and this is going on to this day, whether it's Kent, Trump, Biden, Charlie Kirk, if you go against Israel, they make you pay a heavy price. AIPAC is coming in with the berserkers, the ADL's coming in, like, you're going to pay. So what do? Hey, I got to get him off my back. I got to disavow you. I have to.
He says ADL and like AIPAC and stuff. He's like, he's leaving out the Trump administration, most notably here. But two, he's also leaving out like Canary Mission.
I have to sign the letter. It's easier. It's the path of least resistance. I said, we have to create an opposing force and push in the other direction. We need people to know that if you go too in favor of Israel or condemn the Israel critical right, you're going to pay a heavy price too. You're going to get, and we don't have money power, but we got people power. You're going to have somebody in your district asking you about Israel at every stop. You're going to have stickers put up. We're going to make a website. We're going to do this. He lost by 2,000 votes. He lost by like less than 1%. Biggest upset in the midterms. Now, maybe that was us, maybe it wasn't, but you can't know for sure. Now, looking back, would he have made the same remark? Maybe not, because he says it wasn't worth it. And I'm a big believer in, we got to get serious. And this was the idea behind Groyper War II. This was the idea behind the, what do they call him?
No one knows what your stupid lore is, dude, except for you. What the hell is Groyper War II? Where's Smug? I need somebody who's like, where are the Groypers in YouTube chat? Can someone explain to me what this fucking arc was for him?
Michigan in the Democratic primary, they voted like no preference.
Yeah.
We need to make it visible and known, like, AIPAC has the money, we have the votes. And like you said, we can't budge on that.
Okay, so here's where maybe I would slightly disagree with you. Although I get your point. I certainly get the point about like making, there has to be a price tag also for this. But to be completely fair here, you also have painted yourself into this position where and look, I'm not like being judgmental. First of all, as I said, this is something I think just as a society we're going to have to figure out going forward. Now that everybody's online all the time, people can't be ruined over what they said in their fucking 20s. It's just too crazy. It's too crazy. Everybody says, like, whatever. Anyone.
I mean, I think he's saying it like ought to not be that way. But then 2 seconds earlier, he was just saying that you should be fired if you made fun of Charlie Kirk on TikTok. How do you square that position? What? That's like completely contradictory. The majority of those people making those types of TikToks and those sorts of jokes were overwhelmingly young people. Yeah, I saw some like wine moms or whatever. For the most part, it was young people. So what is the standard, Dave? Can you pick a lane, please, and just stay in it?
Anyone interesting has said crazy shit in their fucking 20s. That being said, it's not disavowing you. It's not just the anti-Israel shit. There's also all the Nazi shit on top of it. And I don't mean like you're a Nazi. I mean, okay, a lot of it might be sarcasm. A lot of it is that you kind of are the best at channeling like the energy of like.
But like, I don't see this sort of like surveillance culture going away anytime soon. And that's not just being ramped up. That's not just like a social panopticon phenomenon that is also happening. Like that's always happened in, you know, the professional domain, and it's so that you're only seeing a ramping up of these sorts of like the sorts of surveillance. You know, like this is obviously more targeted, right? But it applies to everybody all the same. Like ICE expanding, what was it? Hold on. ICE surveillance. Like this, ICE wants to build out a 24/7 social media surveillance team. Documents show that ICE plans to hire dozens of contractors to scan X, Facebook, TikTok, and other platforms to target people for deportation. They also want to target people that are just critical of ICE as well, and they use that as like a marker to try to find people. Then you have like Trump admin, Palantir. Trump taps Palantir to compile data on Americans. The Trump admin has expanded Palantir's work with the government, spreading the company's technology, which could easily merge data on Americans throughout agencies. Like, I realize that what he's talking about is like, again, like social surveillance and people getting canceled for shit that they said on social media or whatever. And like, I do sympathize with him because I don't think that like, yeah, things have drastically changed with the rise of like, you know, everybody having like an iPhone and stuff. It's much easier for like all of these moments now are documented, and all of the stupid shit that previous generations did in their 20s or whatever was not all recorded and put up online. So we are holding younger people to different standards than, you know, previous generations. In some ways that's good. It's in more ways it's bad. And that standard is overwhelming. But I think he's like, they're so fixated on this like cultural war shit that they miss all of the more critical and glaring ways that like you're talking about like social surveillance. Meanwhile, the government is going buck wild and like terrifying ways, getting in bed with like fucking Palantir and ICE wanting to do this 24/7 surveillance. Like, why are we talking about again? Like to center the conversation on this aspect of it instead of zooming out and seeing the darker forces at work here is just crazy to me.
Like talking shit on an Xbox controller. So like when I was a kid, we didn't have those, you know, you didn't talk.
What Dave means is shouldn't be punished unless you say something he disagrees with. Yeah, for real.
On video games,
what else? How else do you reconcile this position with the Charlie Kirk being in support of people getting fired for jokes about Charlie Kirk?
We talk shit like that. Like I know that energy and I'm fond of it, but I could see where like anybody who's got to get anywhere in politics is like, listen, I have to, like, I can't take all that baggage. Mm-hmm. So in other words, there is a difference between say disavowing just the anti-Israel position and disavowing like all the extra shit on top of that. Right. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I get what you mean, but in that particular case, he went out of his way. Like he wasn't even associated
the real
with
surveillance that libertarians used to bear about. I mean, he was like talking about Glenn Greenwald's work on Snowden, which was really, really important. Right. And then pivots back to like, again, just like cancel culture shit.
Me, you know, we did happen to be talking privately, but it wasn't known. And my point is that it's this idea that disavowing is cheap. It's the path of least resistance. And maybe that might be a bad example. This is a little contentious. You're right. But to signal allegiance to Israel. It's easier to signal my allegiance because he said in particular, I disavow Nick Fuentes and his views on Israel. If he said he's too extreme, he's a Hitler lover, that would have been one thing. Because like you said, no politician can be forced to accept baggage like that, trying to win in a purple district. Right. But said his views on Israel, an alarm bell went up and I said, no, this won't do because, and in particular, the Matt Walsh faction, I'm sure he's a good guy. I don't hate him as a guy. He's Catholic.
I do. Matt Walsh is incredibly moronic, but he is also, the bigger sin is that he is very, very boring because I have tried to review his content and his heart is clearly not in it. At least Ben Shapiro, it's like, you can tell he's trying. Matt Walsh is just like, it is so boring. He's like about to fall asleep at any second.
He's white. He's very conservative. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but he represents a faction of like quietists where they're going to go with the Israel-controlled right to get where they need to go. And I think that's part, you know, name of the show, it's part of the problem. That's a big part of the problem. There needs to be a faction, sadly, that is dedicated to strictly, explicitly America first. Because like you said, I mean, what even motivated me is that tension where Trump said, no, the new doctrine's America first, not small government conservatism. It's this. And I said, yeah, but there's one glaring exception to that, it seems. And they're trying to tell us, well,
I love the implication that because it was a liberal district, he can't collab with a Hitler lover. Yeah, that's the thing that's like holding that politician back, right?
Forget about it. Except that's the most important exception. That's the exception that proves a rule. So that's why I'm very insistent and militant on the right wing that people kind of make it known where they stand, because it's a betrayal.
Well, I do as well. I agree with that. I mean, I think that there's got to be some type of pressure, because there's otherwise.
But you pick and choose what you believe, because Nick Fuentes has made it abundantly clear where he stands, and it's not with you, and it's not with it's not with anyone who's really that much different than him. So why are you having this cordial conversation with him again? I don't understand.
It's all going in the other direction, you know? And I agree with you. And I try my best. This is like, even when I said with Jordan Peterson, like, I think Matt Walsh is, as silly as it is, I thought the what is a woman thing was really important. You know, it was like, it did a lot of good for the culture. And so you try to give those people credit, but at the same time, yeah, you're right. I mean, this is a very big issue of national sovereignty and American interests. And you're right. He's quite willing to go along with it. And I do want to, you know, I'll say that, and I swear, I'm not just like saying this to preface it, but so there was, because I do want to talk a little bit about, you know, the stuff that because we kind of had a bit of a public feud. No, like, and I don't care about like feelings and stuff, but I want to talk about the issues. But I will say this, right? So when I did the Douglas Murray debate, you know, I had always, you know, I've been doing big shows for a few years now, and I'm always taking the controversial issue of whatever the current thing is. And it's not because I just want to be a contrarian. Like, I don't know. It's just always wrong. And it's always like when it was.
What controversial takes does Dave have? Like, seriously, so much of what he believes is like, again, when your ideology and agenda overlaps almost entirely with the Heritage Foundation, how counterculture are you? What the fuck is this?
The COVID lockdowns, I was against that. When it was the vaccine, I was against that. And when it was the Ukraine war, I was against that. And I would go on like Rogan's show right when it's a white hot issue and be making the case against it. And so I'd get a lot of like pushback. But I was kind of like used to the level. But then after the Douglas Murray one, I mean, I really rose up on Israel's most wanted list, and I was swarmed and in what seemed to be kind of coordinated, but you know, I don't know. But there just all of a sudden, like my Twitter experience changed, and it's everybody with, you know, like everyone with Hebrew, you know, letters in their name is furious at me and all this. And I had never really been like, I had never quite had that before. I'd never quite had like a mob after me like that. Mm-hmm. And here we are. This is happening. It's this year. I'm 42. I was under no real concern. You know, like at this point, it's like the censorship regime seems to have been rolled back. Joe Rogan's got my back. Tucker Carlson.
Oh, okay. So in your little bubble, the censorship regime has been pulled back at a time of unprecedented attacks post maybe World War II or like in the 21st century on the First Amendment by the very administration you voted for, which you said you regretted and disavowed because of his actions in Iran. But then you reversed that because he went on Tim Pool and it wasn't on Tim Pool. He told Crystal Ball, I regret voting for Trump and he should be fucking impeached. And then when he's talking to Tim Pool, he's like, well, you know, we all say things or we all get a little heated, you know. We all do these things, and walked it all back. It's fucking pathetic. And now, again, like he's like, it's not just an echo chamber. He is literally the protagonist of reality. He's the only person that exists because, holy shit, to be like, you know, the censorship regime has been pulled back. Like, things are looking up for me because of Joe Rogan's got my back and Tucker Carlson. Like, just how much more out of touch could you be?
Carlson has my back. I'm kind of fine. Like I never actually thought Douglas Murray was going to get me canceled, you know? Mm-hmm. So like I'm fine. I'm 42. I got a great job. I'm making really good money. I got a hot wife. I got beautiful kids, and I'm Jewish. I'm as inoculated against like falling into this as you could be. And I will tell you, man, like there were moments where I just found myself be like fucking like, dude, it's like by the time you're having the most disingenuous, annoying fucking like rabbi, like just and doing like the dumbest thing ever. You know, they attack you, and then if you defend yourself, they go, he doth protest too much. You know, you're like, fuck you. And it almost feels in a way like it almost seems like that's the point of their existence.
Yes.
You know, like it almost seems like Rabbi Shmuley, you're like, what fucking character from Adolf Hitler's play did you spring to life in and like become? And so, okay, so if I'm going to be completely honest, it's like, I see that, and then I go, well, let me try to put myself in the perspective of like when
I wonder who likes Rabbi Shmuley, because I've literally never heard anybody speak positively of him, and he gets into fights with a bunch of fucking people, including Alex Jones, which I watched on stream, and was actually more boring than you would have thought that would be.
It really hit home with me when you were talking to Patrick Bet-David about Ben Shapiro quote tweeting you, and like how fucked up that is.
Van Jones,
dude, to like go after
Van Jones, who's apparently being fucking paid allegedly. Hold on, where's that? Let me pull up the like drop site thing that I saw. Drop sites. Was this? Mason, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We're going over the Fuentes Dave Smith conversation, aka circle jerk, because there's literally no contention here like I thought there would be. But yeah, welcome. Okay, I found it. Here it was. This. Give me a second. It was this one specifically. So I saw this, which is fucking crazy because this is what he was accusing other people of. Breaking: CNN's Van Jones is among 16 mainstream journalists, including 2 New York Times reporters, serving as mentors in a new journalism fellowship explicitly created to help Israel win its quote-unquote information war. Dropsite's Sharif Abdel Qudus reports that Jackie Karsh, who launched the fellowship after October 7th, said it was her way to quote-unquote shift the narrative in Israel's favor, calling it a fight on the battlegrounds of academia, law, business, media as inspiration. Karsh has praised the IDF as, quote, the most moral army in the world, and dismissed Gaza's casualty figures. NYT mentors include former Jerusalem bureau chief Rodi Ruderin and Sharon Otterman, who covers campus protests. The fellowship claims to be resolutely nonpartisan, though its founder has never expressed sympathy for the tens of thousands of Palestinians killed, including 20,000 children, in what UN officials and the vast majority of genocide scholars characterize as genocide. Read legacy journalist from New York Times, CNN are mentors in a fellowship founded for pro-Israel information war, link below. And they clarify that not all 16 mentors are journalists. Qudus writes in his story for Dropsite that the fellowship has attracted 16 scholars and journalists from several mainstream publications to serve as mentors, including The Atlantic, Spectrum News, The Spectator, Ynet, which is probably the biggest publication in Israel, The Times of Israel, and 2 journalists at the New York Times. But yeah, it's insane. And like, it's insane considering that Van Jones, the thing that he had to apologize for, which he really didn't apologize for, was literally what he was, the same thing he was accusing Iran and China of doing. Like, I mean, I should have fucking known. Like, at this point, again, this deep into this genocide, wearing the fucking yellow ribbon. Come on.
Someone says you're so young at the time. And like, so like, I understand like getting pushed to the level of like, fuck the Jews. Like, I get it. And I understand why people, I've seen lots of people get like pushed to that. And I would also say, in addition to that, one of the things that's been kind of interesting to me is that there's been one of the parts of the campaign against me since then, which Douglas Murray himself penned in an op-ed for the New York Post, and every Zio-bot or Zionist account on Twitter has said, is that I'm not really Jewish. Douglas Murray said in his article, he goes, Dave Smith claims some Jewish ancestry, which is just like so bizarre. And then a bunch of these people are like, they're like, well, he had one Jewish grandfather, but that doesn't count because his mother wasn't Jewish, so he's not a Jew, which is like.
Nick Fuentes is laughing, but not for the reason that he thinks. Not because it's ridiculous, because he's like, no, of course you are. Doesn't matter if you wasn't passed down matrilineally or any of that. Of course you're Jewish. Of course I consider you to be one of them, quote unquote.
Like the weirdest goddamn thing. And okay, so I'm starting this conversation with 2 pretty big concessions, but I mean both of them. And I will say that did kind of open my eyes a little bit to go like, well, look, why is it that they want to take that away from me? You know, like, why is it that they must first remove that, or at least attempt to remove that? And that is because there is a layer of added protection that you get. There is, it is, and look, part of this is natural. It is tougher to convince people that a black guy hates black people. Now, you could be a black guy who hates black people, but it's just like a lot less likely.
Yes.
You know, we all kind of giggle at, what's his name out in California, the blackface of white supremacy type shit. But I certainly would at least concede.
I mean, again, if this is your like infantile understanding of like how bigotry and white supremacy persists in the 21st century, and like understanding it as it literally having to manifest as like overt, explicit hate, then you're gonna that's such an impoverished understanding that of course it's gonna sound ridiculous to you. But yeah, it's like carried forward in unexceptional ways that we don't really see in our day-to-day life or whatever, unless you're on the receiving end of it. You see it reflected broadly in like statistical trends.
That there is at least a layer of protection to being a Jewish guy who criticizes Israel, and that's bullshit. Like, that's bullshit. It shouldn't be like that. Any American, I was even going to say any American taxpayer, but that's stupid too. Any American. It doesn't even matter if you're a net tax draw. You have freedom of speech, and you can say what you want to, and you can have opinions about a foreign government. You can have opinions about a people. Like, you have the right to have that. And so I will concede, number one, I understand where there's a tendency.
Oh my God, no one's disputing the right. They're using their own fucking free speech and all their money or whatever to counter your messaging as well, dude. That's not what's in dispute, and he knows that.
To like kind of blame Jews.
It's like so trivially obvious. I just think it's like so stupid when people like point this out or whatever. Like, I have the right to do this or whatever. Like, I mean, unless it's in the context of like, again, calling out the Trump administration for censorship or like, you know, state calls or government censorship or whatever, and calling out like how those rights have been undermined. It's just silly to, in the context of like, you know, social disagreements, to bring up, I have the right to do this. It's like, you think anybody who was criticizing Colin Kaepernick, I mean, there were some, sure, but the vast majority of people criticizing Colin Kaepernick or the anti-mask protests in 2020 from conservatives were not doing so on the grounds that they were saying you don't have the right to do this. They were saying it's not a righteous cause.
I also understand that there's an unfair degree of protection that you get. However, I think you were also very unfair in the way you came at me and saying that the only reason I'm on these shows is because
I'm so he is going to call him out for this. Okay.
I'm a Jew or something. I mean, it seemed to me, and again, I say this, like, I like you. I've always liked you. I say this, it seemed insane to come at me over that. Is it like your issue you said on Candace was that I didn't deny the Holocaust or something?
God, this is so debasing to have to like try to like, what are you gonna do? Debate a neo-Nazi out of like not dehumanizing you, not stereotyping you? What are you gonna what?
that I wasn't willing to question World War II, which I've been pretty famous for defending the biggest questioner of World War II. I think 40% of my interviews are just asking me about Darryl.
Okay. Defending somebody's right to ask questions, to have an open conversation is different than agreeing with the point.
Cooper. And so I guess that I just wonder,
popcorn?
like,
yes, but I'm muting it so you guys don't have to hear it.
What was it that you were trying to, like, what was the beef? What was the disagreement?
Well, the beef started, and it was about a year ago, so I don't remember it exactly. But the beef started that, of course, the thing that is happening is that everybody's now permitted to talk about Israel and the Jews. And everybody also knows that, and I know the world doesn't revolve around me, but I famously got, like, martyred for that, in a sense. And I'm not being dramatic. I mean, I lost PayPal, YouTube. I mean, they made it so that I could not...
I'm not being dramatic. I'm just being dramatic.
Have a career, and I couldn't make money, couldn't have a bank account, was part of that.
It's hard out here for the neo-Nazis. Just, you know, can a guy eat?
Some level. I mean, that had a lot to do with January 6th, but I mean, being banned from PayPal is a pretty big deal, you know, and the rest of them, Venmo, like I can't get reimbursed if I buy a friend dinner or something like that. And got blacklisted from all the circles, CPAC, all the shows, Republican Party, whatever. And I recognize that it's not only my criticism of Israel, but the way that I do it. But of course, that's at the center of it, is that in principle, I'm against Jewish power, influence, the Israel lobby, etc. And I guess the biggest anxiety or insecurity about this, which I've talked about on my show, and we talked about a little bit earlier too, is this idea that now they're going to step in to kind of mediate this conversation. And in other words, they're going to try and draw a big red line that keeps me on the other side of it. And not just me, I would describe it, I'll give you a concession because I think you're being fair and you're being honest and I'm being honest. There's a big insecurity. And by insecurity, I don't mean like...
Is PayPal a bank? No, it's a payment processing center, but he likes to, I was surprised that he didn't make the debanking claim because he has no evidence that he's been debanked. He has had his account shut down at like Bank of America, and they didn't state a reason, but there's many reasons why somebody could have their bank account closed without being given and it doesn't necessarily mean it was because of their political beliefs. And I realize that he's highly controversial, but I'm not inclined to believe anything that he says. I'm not about to give him just victimhood unless he proves it. So until he substantiates how or why, or there's some sort of investigation that proves that that was the motivation, I don't give him that benefit of the doubt.
Like, I'm not the prettiest girl at the ball. I mean, insecurity in the sense of there is this mass awakening. This is a moment where we can really get these issues into the conversation. And someone like myself is in the Overton window, let's say. And not just that I can have a career, but my ideas can really take off. And the biggest concern when this was happening, and what it appeared to me to look like, is that you and a few other more elevated Israel critics were going to kind of slam the door shut behind. They were going to kind of bring you in. And the reason they would bring you in is because you're Jewish, and that's part of it.
Who was bringing me in, you think?
Like you were on Joe Rogan.
There's nothing more zoomer than thinking there's no way to pay someone back without Venmo. There's no way to pay someone back easily, I guess.
But I was on Rogan long before October 7th.
But to talk about this.
Yeah, but I was always talking about this shit on Rogan. I mean, like, look, I mean, I may have not been as focused on it because, this became the thing to be focused on. But all the stuff that I'm talking about and how involved Israel was, I was talking about, before that. Like, Joe's a friend of mine. He's been having me on since 2016. I don't think he had me on because I was Jewish.
No, not that he brought you on like, hey, I need to invite a Jewish person, but it's like, let's be honest, you did the whole circuit. You did Tucker, Candace, Piers. I think you were on Tim Pool.
Oh,
Joe.
yeah.
These are all shows I was banned from. And what was
he ever? That's not true. You were brought on Tim Pool with Kanye West, and the reason why you didn't get to follow through with the experience is because Kanye walked off.
You got to look at it from my perspective, maybe to see my state of mind.
Sure.
Last year when Candace got kicked out of Daily Wire, her live chat was lit up every day. Bring on Nick, bring on Nick, and she was deliberately ignoring that and didn't want me on. Now, I was banned on YouTube, but I'm also more extreme. Now, the same is true of like Tucker, all the Tim Pool. People have been trying to get me on his book.
Why does he say I was banned from YouTube, but I'm also more extreme, as though that's like a reason to bring him on and not a reason why you would understand why even Candace Owens is not about to go freely associating with him, because it is, again, or it was at that point, like a bridge too far, but of course she ended up associating with him.
I've seen it, yeah.
Right. And so, and why am I not allowed on? Of course, it's my view that I was canceled for this issue. And so to see you go onto the show, people say it's jealousy. Maybe there's a little resentment there too, but it was a bigger concern that as a Jewish person, and also, by the way, not just that you're Jewish, but as a libertarian, you come at it from a different place. You're a non-interventionist, a Ron Paul guy. And I even have this disagreement with Tucker on some level too. So it's not just you. My big worry is that is the conversation
on some level. Have you ever said though that like Tucker can't learn because he's a Jew? No, because Tucker's not a Jew. So the reason that you treat him that much differently is because of that.
Going to stop at, we need to end all these wars and like the neocons are the problem. Because my critique goes further, and it says that it actually does have to do with Jewish identity. Jewish identity is so powerful and so potent. Jews refuse to assimilate. They're so powerful. They're so tribalistic. They're loyal to each other. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And that is actually where the Israel loyalty proceeds from. It's this anxiety. We need Israel, because what happens if it goes south here? We need to be powerful in America to prevent a majority from rising up against us. And it's kind of that identity issue, which... And, that's why I'm open to talking to you, or even...
He says this, like, again, the strongest support for Israel at this point isn't coming from Christian Zionists.
Somebody like a Bill Ackman or a Sean McGuire or a Shapiro, and say, I recognize Jews are a part of America. They always have been, and they're some of the finest Americans, actually. But people recognize it cannot go on this way where we have an open society, but they have this loyalty and kind of play by a different set of rules. And anyway, so my concern is that what it looked like to me is you're being brought onto the shows and they know maybe that you'll never go that far as a Jewish person, or maybe even as a libertarian. And a big red line was being drawn and saying, but you are still an anti-Semite.
I don't know that that's it.
You are still banned on YouTube. You are banned on the shows.
Again, like a lot of these kind of token minorities, they end up being like going even further than the average critic is willing to go, because like Dave already said, they're granted this sort of like both like a real and optical sort of protection and insulation given their identity. So you see these minorities brought on to say the things that these show hosts feel that they can't get away with saying. You know, you bring Candace Owens in to make the most racist criticisms of George Floyd that the white host feels like they can't say. You bring Blair White on to say the most transphobic things that you feel that you can't say because you're cisgender. And you bring Dave Smith on to say the things about Jews that you as a Gentile, as a non-Jew, won't say, but you'll let him say it for you. So him saying that like the reason why he's brought on is because he like still toes the line, to me doesn't comport with like how these minorities are like used and cynically invoked by the right, in my opinion.
You're all the way over here. And that's why I like you and I respect you and I think you're brilliant. And I didn't mean to attack you as a guy, although maybe I crossed the line here and there, but you did become a very central, and you do recognize it, influential figure in this big conversation. And I looked at you maybe as like, whether you intended to or not, as a mediating force or a mitigating force in the conversation. That's where I came at it from.
Okay, so a couple things on that, because there's a lot there that's very interesting. So first of all, and I just tell you some information on this, right? So with Rogan, like we're good friends. I've also been on the show a bunch of times. There, about half the time I've been on, he asks me to come on. About the other half, I ask to come on. Like
I don't know. Is anybody under the impression that like if Dave Smith was like truly this like overt self-hating Jew, that would be like disqualifying for him coming onto these right-wing shows? Of course not. That would just be another asset. I think it just happens to be the case that Dave Smith is able to articulate these criticisms and he's not that way, but if he were, it wouldn't be an issue.
I asked to come on the first time to talk about Israel. The last time I'd been on, it was all about Ukraine and all about, like whatever else the story of the day was. And he had a couple pro-Israel guys on, and I was just like, hey, Joe, can I come on and like break this shit down? Because I like know a lot about this. So I think it'll be an interesting thing. And he had me, and then, so it's just, with Rogan, it's just not true that there was any...
Oh shit, sorry, I'm muted. I'm saying like the idea that that's how fucking that's how Joe Rogan is like selecting his guests or whatever. Like he has these crackpots on to talk about Russia and Ukraine, and then Dave Smith pipes up and he's like, well, I know a lot too.
With Tucker, me and Tucker became friends he reached out to me, got my number from Greg Gutfeld, I believe.
And like he can come on, but why even posture as like, I know a lot? It's like, well, if you're having that guy on, I should be like part of the conversation. That's how I would see it, not I know a lot.
And he reached out to me after I'd been on and did a thing breaking down the war in Ukraine. And he goes, dude, I think this is the best concise breakdown of the war in Ukraine ever. And then we just started texting regularly. And as soon, he never had me on the Fox News show, but as soon as he was off, he wanted to talk. But again, if you go back and look at the Tucker thing, at least back then, like, because this was earlier in the, in the conflict, whatever you want to call it, I was the one who was bringing it up constantly. Like he was dancing a little bit. Like I think he was still the thing. Like I don't know if I want to go this close to the sun on this one. Whereas I was like, no, we are driving right to the sun, and that's where we're going. Candace, I mean, like again, we're getting into like what's in people's heads. She had me on Daily Wire. Which listen, whatever beef I will never stop being grateful to Candace Owens for just having me on at the Daily Wire. I just know that made Ben Shapiro so furious, and I love that so much. I think she did that partially for that reason. But she also, at least what she said was she loved my Ukraine breakdown and wanted to talk more about that. And I think also part of that was, and I'm pretty sure this is right, but I just think she was hearing a lot of this stuff for the first time from me. Like she had just broken with Israel, and I think she had Norman Finkelstein on, but he had broken down like, the conflict with the Palestinians and the.
She was like, this is like I don't know, Candace Owens finding like a socially acceptable way to launder in anti-Semitism. So yeah, he handed her a gift.
UN resolutions and stuff like that. But I was the one telling her about the clean break strategy and all this. And it was like new information to her, I believe. And so she was into that.
I shouldn't say socially acceptable. I should say there's like, it's a subject where there's more plausible deniability, obviously.
And as far as like the other shows, Tim Pool, I don't actually think it's correct that I was being brought on because I was Jewish. These were all relationships I had. I think I just wouldn't shut up about this issue. And honest, I don't think Tim Pool's trying to bring me on to talk about this, although not that he wouldn't. Right. But also, I would just say personally, which is, again, not the most important thing, but I understand you saying there's a lot of people that closed the door on you, but I'm not that guy. I'm the guy who had you on right after you got kicked off YouTube. And I also think like anyway, that was certainly not what I was going to do. Now, as far as the other stuff, which is a more interesting, broader conversation, I guess the counter to this would be that, as we were saying before with the racial, like racial hatred and things like that, it's like the other way to look at it is that, yes, I am criticizing Israel, I am criticizing the Israeli lobby, and I am criticizing the most, what I see as the most relevant faction of that, which was the neoconservatives. And I'm also very critical of the people supporting what Israel's doing. But you are correct in the sense that I'm not saying it's the Jews, which does certainly seem to be, you know, like, I mean, racialism is like catnip, man. Like, it's like you saw it during wokeism and you see it during this iteration. I mean, people love going into that. But if I'm being completely honest, like,
I mean, he's smart to try to frame it that way. Like, I noticed this as well. Charlie Kirk and other people talking about like how they won't, and Tim Pool does this also. They call anti-Semitism Jew hate or Jew hatred. They will not say the term anti-Semitism, even though we have a word to describe Jew hatred. That's anti-Semitism, because it sounds soy, clearly. And Dave Smith is trying to call out Nick Fuentes for being a flaming anti-Semite, but he can't argue with him on those terms, and it won't even communicate well with his own audience or land because Dave Smith will look soy. So I actually do think it's kind of genius to be like, you know, it's two sides of the same coin. You getting fixated or tripped up on my Jewish identity in the same way that you see these wokes, like, you know, these young woke people or like these woke millennials or whoever it is that we're like scapegoating on the left, getting fixated on like white people and oppressor, oppressee and indigenous people, like, you know, bad interpretations of like intersectionality, like to point it out this way might land, but we'll see.
I don't think that's healthy for society. I don't wish to cross that line. And let me say it like this, because I apologize if I'm rambling long.
No.
I'll let you speak uninterrupted.
I talk long too. So
yeah,
absolutely.
we're both long-winded. But so, all right. So Alex Jones, mutual friend of ours, you might be more friendly with him. I did a show once. He was very good to me, which I appreciated. And I don't bring this up to bash Alex Jones at all. I'm just making a point. I keep saying that, but I'm bashing people. Anyway, whatever. Well, I guess I kind of am. But so Alex Jones, as you know well, had 100,000 conspiracies. I mean, so many of them didn't come true. You know, he gets a lot of credit for it, and some of them did. So to his credit, like some of them did. But I mean, he had theories that were like he was telling people that they were going to depopulate.
That's not credit. That's like the fucking, you know, if a monkey types long enough on a typewriter, they will eventually type out Shakespeare. You just said Alex Jones is shitting out 1,000 conspiracies a day, so he's bound to be proven correct on some of them just because of the sheer volume of bullshit that he puts out into the world. No shit.
The earth for a while. He said it was all about one world government. He said it was all about I mean, like even as far as him pointing at like, which he would constantly point at the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission, and you were like, that's not even where the action is anymore, dude. Like he totally missed the clean break and was was over here chasing all this other stuff that had nothing. And like whatever, you know, people get things wrong. It's fine. Now, they used Sandy Hook as the excuse to silence him, right? It was years after the Sandy Hook thing. He had a million conspiracies. But why did they use that one? Why did that one resonate with people? Well, the reason why they used that one, and the reason why even people who like Alex Jones may have like a little bit of a disgust impulse when they hear about that, is because...
Who's they? I mean, I largely think platforms were more than happy to keep Alex Jones. He had a built-in audience and got people to watch him. The reason why is because like those Sandy Hook parents were understandably annoyed that he was saying that they were crisis actors, false flag, that they had lied about their children being killed at the Sandy Hook school shooting for money, for attention, for clout, etc. Sued him into oblivion, reached $1 billion settlement literally that is of course never going to pay off. And then in response, these companies succumbed to market pressures of dropping him because they didn't want to be held liable for some insane bullshit that he was saying or misinfo and disinfo that he was spreading. I think that they would have been more than happy to keep Alex Jones on there, though. I don't know, just sounds very plotting and like conspiratorial to be like, they just use that as the excuse. It's like they could have just banned him at any point.
Because that one was unique to all his other conspiracies. Because every other conspiracy, the bad guys were the ATF. The bad guys were the feds. The bad guys were, you know, like if you blame the ATF for something and you turn out to be wrong, like whatever, they deserve it anyway. It doesn't really matter, right?
Right.
But in this case, the target was people. It was just regular people, and regular people who had just lost their little children. It's like, geez, you can't miss on that one. And so I do think one of the things that concerns me with what you're doing And I guess concerns me with the fact that I think you're winning in a lot of ways. And I don't, but I do worry about this disaster there, is that I do think so much of the energy you're harnessing does get pointed at just regular people. Like until the Jordan Peterson clip when I first started.
And it's so fucking cucked that he can't just say, not just regular people, only specific groups of people. Not like Nick, like specific groups, including Jewish people, including queer people, including women or whatever, including black people. But he has to just keep it to vague antiseptic terms of like, you're going to hurt somebody somewhere out there, just a normal guy like you and me.
Realizing we were going to have to do this. I had kind of just been like, the reason I was like, I don't think I'll do another podcast with Nick was never because I didn't like you. I always liked you when we talked. I always thought the conversation were really interesting, as this one is. The thing was just, it's just like an incentives issue almost. We're like, well, I don't know, everyone on this side is going to lose their goddamn shit, and then I have to answer a million questions about that, but fuck them, so that's not enough to get me to stop doing it. But then half your audience is just going to call me a fucking Jew anyway, and so it's like, what's the point here? And I think that like, look, and I want to get into this more, but like, yeah, there are questions of Jewish identity. There are questions. Obviously, there's a relationship there. But the fact is that, say, look, the worst thing in my lifetime that Israel's done to the United States of America. I'm not sold on the 9/11 stuff. There's some questions there, but I think it's far from as conclusive. I think people are way out over their skis.
Oh, Nick Fuentes has been smiling and nodding for like the last several minutes, and I'm just like bracing myself for the interjection that's going to come out of this.
And they know for a fact Israel.
It's just going to be like here's why I'm never going to see Jews as anything other than subhuman.
9/11, but that's a topic for another day.
But like in a nice
the war
way.
In Iraq. The war in Iraq is no question, and Coleman Hughes can try to argue with me about this, there's just no question that the neoconservatives and the Likud party and the whole Bush administration, this was pushed in a direction. It's not the only factor, but it is more than what made the difference. Like, the war does not happen without the neocons and without Netanyahu. It just doesn't. And yet at the same time, Jewish Americans were either the best or one of the best groups on that issue. Jews opposed the war in Iraq way ahead of the general public. And like right-wing Christians were like the worst group on that. And so, but again, my target...
Christians. Am I the only one who heard that?
Best groups on that issue. Jews opposed the war in Iraq way ahead of the general public. And like right-wing Christians were like the worst group on that. And so, but again, my target isn't them. My target isn't the people. My target is like the people who propagandized them into believing that. And so if the thing is like, hey, I stopped short at like actually naming the Jews, it's like, well, yeah, because
This is another useful thing to bring up, though, to point out that like, yeah, Jewish people were not like, if that's true, right, which I have no reason to think that it's not, were not in support of the Iraq war, to say, like, doesn't that kind of undermine your claim that, like, they control everything and that they want this chaos in the world?
I don't
Not to Fuentes, of course, you're never changing his mind, but to somebody who's, like, swept up in their ideology.
That's right. And I don't like, yes, there, and we can get into more of this, but like, no, like Barry the dentist has nothing to do with any of this. And he, like, I think on some level, maybe I'm wrong, but I also don't think you're really trying to gin up hatred toward that guy. And so maybe that's why I stopped short of blaming the Jews. I think it's sloppy.
Okay, that's fucking stupid and overly naive and charitable. See, he thinks he has to do this stuff, and maybe he does to try to get through to Nick Fuentes, try to get through to his audience, but it's, who respects that? Like, oh, you're not trying to be hateful. Yes, he is. You know he is. It's not an accident.
Sloppier and not as accurate.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because I think it's important just on a basic level to say that we don't agree on everything. Like, we are distinct, and I wouldn't even say it's about further or closer. It's just that we are coming at it from different places. You believe it's the neocons, and it's in particular the war party and Israel and how those interact. And me, as an identitarian, I do think
guy talks a lot, but I have no idea what point he's trying to get across. I mean, he's trying to like find some combination of words that he thinks might resonate with this notorious neo-Nazi and Holocaust denier that can try to demonstrate, like, he knows he can't like demonstrate the humanity of Jews, so he's like he's like being ultra charitable, being like, you don't intend to hurt people, you just are. And then also is like trying to make this pragmatic case for why he ought not be this way instead of getting at the root of it, But like, how do you confront hatred like this? So it is kind of rambly, but I can tell what he's trying to do. I just don't think it will work.
I do look at the world through an identity-based lens, that you've got whites, blacks, Jews, and they all have political interests. They all identify as these groups. They group up based on them. And then those groups have conflicting interests That's what politics has become, is like meeting out those interests. Like, is it in the interest of white people to go to war in Iraq? No. But for Jews, yes, because they have this connection to Israel. And same about all these other things. And so, even getting back to our beef, we could.
Just not going to engage with the empirics. Again, he's like essentialized all of these things to all of these races. So there really is nothing you could say to like move him on it.
Quibble about, I
He
don't.
thinks you can find a magic phrase that'll make Nick not a Nazi. Yeah, like some say, like, again, it's incredibly naive at best. It's absolutely fucking pathetic at worst, and like to watch.
Think that there's some conspiracy. I don't think they got together and said, let's invite Dave because, he's going to like maintain censorship and Jewish control. Like, I don't believe that. But I do believe that you clearly take the more moderate position, or even I would say the more liberal position. As a libertarian, you're like a lowercase L liberal in the sense that you think that it's, like you said, it's not Jews in themselves or Jewish identity in itself. It is particular people in power, in particularly the state, that are doing these violent policies. Whereas me, it is maybe a more radical rejection of liberalism. And I think that, maybe you're informed by your Jewish identity, or you're just ideologically believe that. It is a more moderate position, and they platform that because that's the version they want. That's the version that is safer for a Tim Pool or whoever.
He's lying, and he's being really, really shifty. But in this other way, he's like being upfront, at least, with the fact that like he's like, no, we disagree. So you think it comes down to just individual bad actors? I'm saying these entire groups of people have differing interests, is the way that he puts it, which is very, very vague. But obviously, he means like agendas in a nefarious way.
However, that's the version that the system is maybe comfortable with. That's what they might be willing to accept. And they don't want to take it to the place of the Jews for the reason, maybe for the good reason you described. And by the way, I'll give you another concession because I want to be objective. There are people that are legitimately hating Jews right now.
Yeah, there are.
I saw in Florida, they're pulling up.
Yeah, Dave, and I don't know why you go, yeah, they are. You're like talking to one right now.
On Jews with like water pistols and spraying them with water. And I got on my show and I said, fuck that.
Yeah,
I said,
and I appreciate that.
Yeah, because I don't believe in that. I'm not a piece of shit. If I saw Ben Shapiro on the street, I saw him on the street and I said, hey man, why did you do a speech? You didn't say my name. I didn't run up and try and fight him.
Yeah.
And I don't believe in attacking.
They made it out like you did.
Yeah, right. Like I attacked his kids or something. Yeah. Human shields, right? But he picked up his kid when he walked across the street. It's like, okay, bro. but I don't believe in picking on random people. I'm not a cruel or hateful guy. And you do see that. And that video bothered me in particular because if people start to think it's okay to do that, the ADL isn't necessarily wrong about the idea that it is slippery slope. You pull up on somebody with a water pistol. Okay, what if it's a paintball gun next time? Is that really okay? That people are going to be harassed and like shot at with a airsoft gun or a paintball gun? No, that's bullshit. And that's denying basic dignity, basic rights. That's not Christian. That's not American. And there is an excess of that. And I agree.
I have no idea what he's talking about, but like pulling up to somebody on a Nerf gun?
That it should be sort of contained. But I think there's a fine line between that and saying that it is a bigger issue than the neocons because, when it comes to these influential Jews, like Larry Ellison, let's say, he's not religious, but he's tight with Netanyahu. Jeffrey Epstein was tight with the left in Israel. And to the extent that you're right, Jews were the biggest critics of the Iraq war, in many cases, yeah, there's liberal Jews, but they're liberal because...
What left in Israel? What?
That's a strategy for Jews to succeed. They have these debates. What is best for the Jews? And like Brett Stevens at the New York Times, he mentored Bari Weiss. He says,
Trump, oh God, I hate him so much.
And him saying that reminds me of that fucking tweet that's like the Israeli left is like 3 Israelis sitting in a fucking tank watching a ContraPoints video. Like, who are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, and he sucks, He's a neocon, case in point.
Yeah, I got in a big fight with him on Gutfeld's show years ago. He was such a smarmy prick. Anyway, whatever. But yeah, oh God, it's the worst.
Yeah, but he says in 16 or 17, he goes, Trump is bad for the Jews because he is opposing the liberal values that have been so good to us as Jews. And it's like that sort of encapsulates when, like the ADL, for example, gets criticized. They say, well, the ADL is making Jews look bad. Or they're going after people like Shapiro and protecting people like Ilhan Omar. In other words, they're attacking Jewish Zionists, but they're not hard enough on the progressive left. And what I see there is still a distilled Jewish self-interest, which is okay. Because We're all people, and we're all advocating for the most for ourselves. But in America, we just need to do a better job of managing that. And I think that the Jewish
But that's not okay, because he wants ethno-states for everyone, but he doesn't think that, Jews could get their ethno-states if that's going to be the organization of the world globally?
community's out of control.
Yeah,
is basically it.
Well, I would say so. In kind of like in a similar sense to because me and you both we've both been accused of getting the call over the last few weeks, which turns out was just us calling each other and being like, I don't think there's any evidence that is real. But like, so okay, so when you come out on your show and you go, look, guys, I'm not seeing any evidence that Israel was behind the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and then people go, oh, it looks like Nick got the call. You're like, okay, but like the much easier answer is that he just doesn't see any evidence that is right. And like people, it's like you're jumping to a conclusion. And I will say, I think you might be guilty of doing a little bit of that too. When you go like, well, look, they want the conversation.
I was just about to say, where do you think they got that conspiratorial line of thinking from?
Controlled. It's like, or an easier answer might just be that like they've seen your hits. And they go, yeah, well, I don't want to bring a guy who's saying Hitler has aura on the show. Like, I'm open to, I do think what's horrible, what's happening to the Palestinians, but like, no, I don't think we need to go like that. So I think there's like probably, look, dude, you make your bed. You were, nobody I don't think that I know is denying that you were like horrendously mistreated when you were very young. But also since then, like there's an energy that you harness when you do that shit. And you know what you're.
When he says horrendously mistreated when he was very young, he makes it sound like he suffered from like child abuse, but I think he's talking about like backlash to his repugnant beliefs at the age of 18.
Doing with it, and that's not to say you're being disingenuous. I don't mean that at all. I just mean like you understand kind of like harnessing this radical energy of like, nah, dude, I'm staking out this position all the way over here. But it's a double-edged sword, and that also sometimes can turn a lot of people off. Although, look, you're moving the needle in a clear way, and so that is becoming more and more acceptable. I guess my point is that I don't know actually that it's possible to do that without having the excesses of the water gun thing, or perhaps much worse. I mean, look, as we've both figured out, man, I hate saying this out loud because it's against our interests, but a lot of people are kind of dumb, man, and a lot of people like can't really follow the nuance of all of that stuff. But to the broader like kind of Jewish conversation, I mean, look, I'm not saying it's like strictly the neocons, or I wouldn't even say that like obviously. The neocons, the majority of whom were Jewish, it's not just like, I'm not claiming like, oh, they just happen to be Jewish. Like their Jewish identity obviously plays a central role in why.
Oh my God. Why is he conceding this point? What?
Feel the way they do. Mm-hmm. And there's no question.
With respect to the Iraq war, are the majority of neocons Jewish? What?
That Jews, I think, and this is something I've, spent a lot of time speaking out against because I just think it's really, there's a sickness in Jewish culture that I think is unhealthy. I think it's part of it is fundamentally built into the religion that like it's about past suffering, is like a big part of it. But the Holocaust looms so large in particularly like my parents' generation and up. I think not as much with the younger generation, but it looms so large, and there is this kind of like feeling of like, look, the Holocaust happened, and then we created our own state so that it never happens again. And anything short of that means another Holocaust happening, and it's not right. Like it just doesn't make any sense. There's no reason to and I've been saying this for years. I'm like, look, like I'm a Jewish American. I've never had one obstacle put in my way because of my Jewishness. Like never once, I've had people say, literally, your fan saying shit on Twitter. It's the greatest.
If he was being honest, he would say, well, until now where I'm seeing a resurgence of it, I'm literally sitting across from a neo-Nazi who's gaining prominence, and I'm contributing to that.
Struggle of my life for being Jew. I've had greater struggles, but not because.
Stream delay in Twitch chat better than YouTube chat, which is, well, I think you mean like is the latency. Like Twitch chat is closer to being in real time than YouTube. Yeah. I don't know why I have my stream, my latency set to be like normal latency or whatever, but so there's a big delay on YouTube for some reason.
Because I was Jewish. And I think what's appropriate when even if the story is like, oh my God, your grandparents were so horribly mistreated in Europe, and then you came to America, and now Jews are 2% of the population. They're overwhelmingly successful. I think the attitude should be like, well, we're really grateful to America. Mm-hmm. We really love this country, and we should have nothing but loyalty to it. So like I'm against the fact there is something like that in Jewish culture. But then again, I think it's only reinforced by people, like when they see people who they perceive as being like neo-Nazis, to be like, see, that's proof. That's proof that in fact there is this huge threat. And I think in some way, it seems to me like it's almost
Careful, Twitch has been throwing out bans for showing other chats. That's only when you're a partner, which I'm not yet. I've applied to be one, but I'm not officially one yet.
in some ways, you and the Zionists have accepted a fundamental framework that I think a lot of the rest of us are trying to like push back on, which is that like to oppose Israel isn't to oppose Jewish people, and that's kind of stupid. This is an actual government. Now, also, I should add, like, all these things are complicated and intertwined. There is no question that part of the reason why Israel has become so dominant, like say the Mossad has become so dominant, is because there was a diaspora. It was an advantage that almost no other intelligence agency had, that you had pockets of people who you could reach out and touch, who could at least somewhat reliably, if they were called to do something for Israel, would take that as like, okay, I'm in some way.
He's like trying to tackle these, like, I guess, what he sees as like hairier parts or aspects of like Jewish culture and like demystify them. But I just don't know. I just don't know that this is the way to do that. I don't think you can do that with this person. I don't think you can do it with this audience. They will, at best, they will see him as like the one good Jew. That's it. But it's not going to change their, I don't know if it's going to change their underlying positions.
Way preventing another Holocaust. Like, that was a huge advantage for them. And so, like, again, I'm not saying like there's more complex and interesting questions. I guess, again, I'm not trying to like big brother you or anything on this.
Yeah.
I guess it's just like even that message that you were just sending of like, hey, we're not trying to target, people. I think like if you are to win the day on this, and we want to avoid something really bad happening that, I think none of us want to see, I think stressing that is probably important. And also, it's just like you see it. I mean, I know because you talk about it, like the low IQ slop shit, where it's just kind of like, dude, this is okay, I know forever you weren't allowed to touch that button, and so you're touching the button because you weren't allowed to. But a stupid point is like, you're allowed to touch it now, dude.
Yes,
and it's just not that impressive. It's kind of like a silly argument. Although I will admit it's quite funny at times.
Well, yeah, I mean, the edgelording, even for me, has lost its appeal. It just seems passé.
It's stupid, but it's funny.
Because 10 years ago, you couldn't say that stuff, and that's what made it provocative.
Yeah.
And now you can say it. So, and also, it's been done for 10 years. So
that would please Dave to be seen as the good one. I don't think so. I don't get that vibe from him. What I do think, though, is that he'll be delusional and overestimate the extent. Like, he will deny that that's what had happened. He will actually see that, like, no, I got through to some of them. He won't understand it as like, oh, they just see it as like, I'm the exception. Didn't really change their mind much.
Internet edgelord. Oh, you've never met someone like me before. It's like, we've all seen that. But I would say that here's how I would characterize the issue, because I hear that a lot, that the Zionists and the anti-Semites are sort of in the self-reinforcing loop. And I would say that how I would characterize the problem is that, in some sense, the Jews are rational. The neocons are rational, because what they're saying is there's kind of two answers to the Jewish question from the Jews, which is we need to return to the land, because only when we have another Jewish kingdom will we have sovereignty and be able to protect ourselves. There's another answer to the Jewish question, which is if we push liberal universalism, everyone will tolerate us. If we push religious tolerance and racial tolerance,
right.
Then people see us as themselves or the greatest among the nations. These are two strategies, and they're both rational, because by the way, there was anti-Semitism in Nazi Germany. Maybe that's I got the call to say that, but it's true.
I think that's the way things are. Is that a controversial thing? For
Might be. I don't know.
Not even the Holocaust, just anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
They weren't so fond of him. That's for sure. Yes.
But it's like in Germany, but also in Russia.
Well, of course, he acknowledges it. The thing is that the hairy point is that he thinks it's a good thing.
Also in America, there are quotas in the universities. Emerging from that time, it is, like we say, the world's made up of races. They have these interests. It's in the Jewish interest to do these things. So Soros takes up the cause of the Open Society Foundation.
Oh my God.
And Open Society is based on this philosophical premise, I think from Bertrand Russell, which...
Why did I think that, like, Fuentes' like, anti-Semitism would be, like, a little bit more sophisticated than, like, Soros posting?
We have tolerance and openness and egalitarianism, and the Likud party, or the Haganah, the security element in Israel, they work to get power, and they say that to make the world safe for the Jews, we need Israel. To make Israel safe, we need control over everything west of the river. To do that, we need to destroy all our enemies in the region. Like, there is a rational chain of law. When they say Israel has a right to exist, they mean we can't exist if we're staring down the barrel of 10 countries that hate us. There's a logic there. And I would say that in some sense, that's a legitimate way to think. It's a legitimate interest. But I distinguish myself as a white person, as someone from Christendom, as an American. And I'm looking to disentangle the Jewish interest from the American interest and say that, when you say it's bad to say Hitler had aura, I disagree. In a sense.
I'm not saying necessarily it's bad to say that. I'm saying that you understand that like that is going to be something that might make a lot of people go, oh yeah, I don't want to deal with that guy.
But here's where I would push back in a sense is, as a white person, like why is it that the Holocaust is so toxic? It's because, Jews sort of made it that way. Like, we don't look at the Holodomor the same way. We don't look at China. And all these arguments.
I think that's a totally legitimate argument. It's something I've been saying for years, too. I think that the idea that Jews have a monopoly on World War II is like insane. And or that anybody should, like prioritize past Jewish suffering over other.
But he's not talking about it in that way. He's saying that, like, no, they've cooked the numbers. It's not. The whole thing is highly exaggerated, if not entirely fabricated and made up. And they've conjured up this story where they make up their own oppression and then they weaponize it against all of us, non-Jews, all of us Gentiles. He's not just simply saying that it's an issue with like, oh, there's overstated victimhood or there's, been too much of a kind of reactionary, like an overcorrection trying to right, historical wrongs or something like that. Because that would be almost like non-controversial at this point. He's talking about, again, like entire fabrication, like greatest lie ever told type shit.
Sufferings. I mean, like, yeah, it's a horrible thing happened, but
can I just
sure, go ahead.
So, when I say Hitler had aura, I'm trying to basically set a new paradigm where, it's like as Americans and moreover as white people, it's like that doesn't have the same impact on us emotionally. Not necessarily. We only feel like that way because of movies, because of museums, because of propagandizing. And so when I look at like Larry Fink, Bill Ackman, David and Larry Ellison, I look at them as part of a corporate entity. Like they're not individuals that happen to be Jewish. They are the Jews. They're organized. They work together. And as an American, I basically want to take power from that.
They're a hive mind.
Organized. They work together. And
cabal, you might say.
And as an American, I basically want to take power from them and give it back to Americans. And that necessarily is going to make...
Again, like now he's drawn this like very, very subtly distinction between there's Americans and there's Jews. And there can never be really be Jewish Americans, that's somehow contradictory.
Them weaker and more vulnerable.
So, this is that like fifth column that he's alluding to, like all of these people, just Americans living their lives or whatever that happen to be Jewish, some of whom... Jews are highly irreligious, so many of whom it's not even important to them. Some of whom it's very, very important to them. Others just they're moderate on it. But no matter what, you are always you are always like, you have a dual loyalty. You have this like collective interest with other Jews, even though Jews disagree all the time. Like it's just so stupid.
As a community, and so when they say that's anti-Semitic, it's like, of course, everything that's taking power from them to give it to us is going to inherently like bolster the narrative that they're becoming more vulnerable. But it's a necessary part of getting power.
Yeah,
and
I kind of get what you say. Like I used to say it like, I used to say that as long as you like, if you translate the words right, that like Hillary Clinton is telling the truth, yes. Like in a sense, like when you go like they'd be like Hezbollah is a threat. And the truth is that Hezbollah is a threat to Israel's ability to occupy southern Lebanon.
Right.
Now, they leave that part out of it, or if they say like Iran is a threat, it's a threat to the American empire. Like it's a threat to, yes, this is, so in that sense, like what Hillary Clinton had the famous one where she said, I think it was that Vladimir Putin has put his troops right up on NATO's doorstep.
Yeah.
And then it just shows you like the mentality, but like yes. She's not lying in a way, right? So I would say this is how I look at it. I think that in the same sense that right-wing Christians in America were convinced that it was in their interest to go overthrow Saddam Hussein because, he was going to give the nukes he didn't have off to the terrorists who weren't friends with him or whatever the line exactly was. I think a very similar dynamics going on with Jews and Israelis. I think that if you look at the position Israel was in, say 3 years and a day ago, they have by far the most sophisticated, most advanced military in the Middle East. They have the support of all the most powerful governments in the world. They have a bunch of atomic weapons. They're in a pretty good. They have now engendered so much hatred around the world that they're probably in the most vulnerable spot they've ever been. They've done it to themselves. So I think in a very similar sense, it's really actually not in Jewish interest, and I think that's kind of bearing out right now across the culture. Like this was terrible. This is the worst thing you could do if you cared about like protecting Jews or not stoking up hatred.
Took about 3 hours for him to get there without Dave noticing. Yep.
Against them.
More like I'm sure Dave notices, right? But like as much as he, kind of buries his head in the sand here. That's why I'm like not entirely convinced it's just naivete. I do think that some of it, and it's Dave wanting to like see the best in people, marketplace of ideas, libertarian bullshit. Not that the marketplace of ideas is like a libertarian idea, but you know what I'm saying, trying to see the best in people just generally. But like, now I would say it's at the point where it's so, Fuentes is just saying it so plainly and so clearly that he has to confront it.
And so I look at it more like, even when you these guys like Bill Ackman or George Soros or people like that, but yeah, you're pointing to people who are in the club. I mean, George Soros is essentially a wing of the CIA. I was literally just the other day, because I was looking up, I was doing an episode on General Wesley Clark in response to the latest hit piece on me from the Free Press today, or preceding it, I guess. And I was like, I gotta like look up Sudan. Because like that's the one country on this list that I just haven't read enough about. Like I've read a little bit about it, but not nearly enough. Like though, which is for people like me and you who read books, which by the way does put you in the top 1% of political commentators already. But the thing is, you're just always behind. Like there's just always 10 books you're supposed to read that you haven't read yet, and you're like, God damn it, you're so aware of what you don't know. And then someone who knows absolutely nothing is like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're like, I know I don't know what I'm talking about. I know, but you know nothing of what you're talking about. But anyway, so I was like, I literally just Googled it. I was like, so what? I know that they broke off, and I didn't even know who was involved in it. I know the southern part of Sudan broke off, and there was a civil war there. It's like, let me have someone like southern. So I just like literally Google Sudan secession, civil war, something like that. Like the first thing Google gives me is like the George Soros Open Society, why Southern Sudan needs their independence. And you're like, oh, okay, here we go. But if you really, when you look at it, right, and this is true in the Israel lobby itself, it's not all Jews. It is overwhelming large amount of Jews. And like the neoconservatives were like 80% Jewish. I think that, there were Catholics and even some Protestants in there. But even the neoconservatives, right, like they were essentially all of George W. Bush's men. He had Jews all throughout his administration. They were all neoconservatives. But like the boss was George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, I think really was the boss, Rumsfeld, Condi Rice, Colin Powell. These are all non-Jews. It seems much more to me that there's a big club, there's a lot of Jews in there, and there's non-Jews in there as well, and that they are screwing everybody over. And it just seems to me to be more accurate and precise, and not carry any of the baggage that makes people think like you just are animated by racial hatred. And it's just more precise to just be like, no, it's these guys, it's this network of people. And even when you're looking at like, something like,
I'm sure this to Nick Fuentes is it's like, oh, he's so cucked or whatever, when he's like, oh, it's so much more simple and distilled and precise to say it's just these people, because they see it as like, no, then you're missing the forest for the trees, dude, because they want him to like bite the bullet on the entire thing, not just about the Jewish question, obviously, but also just essentializing like racial agendas and ethnic agendas or whatever to people's immutable characteristics.
Like it's difficult, and we're all guilty of this at some point, of like assuming the conclusion, of starting the argument with the end result that we have. So even when you look at like, okay, well, this Jew is pursuing this strategy, or this one is pursuing this strategy, the overwhelming majority of Jews are pursuing the same strategy that most people are pursuing, which is like, I want to raise my kids. I want to have decent health care. I want to have a decent life. I want to hang out with my
personal prosperity.
buddy. I don't think they're pursuing these grand political strategies. I mean, no more so than anybody is who just like, they have their disposition to like, I'm liberal or I'm conservative or I'm this. Certainly I would grant that Jews are probably less likely to go down a path of Jew hatred for obvious reasons. But I think that it's much more like there are these group of powerful people. They are, by the way, the entire machinery, I think, is actually, I don't know if I want to say it's more based on business than ideology, but business is like a huge, huge factor in all of this, right? Like, it's not as if the Zionists weren't able to gain so much control of the American military machine.
It's hard to like even disentangle those, because at this point, it's like, how could you argue that, like, again, what's transpired over the past 2 years has even been in the interest of the United States, has been in the interest of the EU. It's obviously going to be something that, like, the United States and all of these Western nations were objectively on the wrong side of history and contributed to one of the worst atrocities in human history. But like, and what propelled that forward is in some way, like, yeah, business interest, but also like there's those two things are basically symbiotic, because the ideology made it profitable for it to be, the ideology is what made it possible for it to be profitable in the first place. And then that becomes self-fulfilling.
because simply they tricked everybody or something. It's because it was good for business. You know, and you can watch this. I mean, they went, all the neocons went and they made their independent relationships with the military-industrial complex. Look at all those Bill Kristol think tanks, and you know, who's funding that think tank? Oh, look at that, Lockheed Martin. Ain't that a coincidence? Right. And so in the same way that, you know, like there are, say, thinkers like John Rawls or John Maynard Keynes, who are like beloved figures in Washington. But it's not because any of them read the books or care about the argument. It's just that they prescribed more power for Washington, D.C. And so Washington, D.C. is like, you made an excellent point. You know, it's not
like they don't want to hear it's just so this, it's just so that. When it comes to these sorts of like realist arguments for trying to understand like foreign policy or international relations or domestic affairs, they're only interested in that insofar as you're directing it towards particular groups of people or races or demographics or whatever.
Like anyone there was like they were reading Hayek or something and then reading, you know, Rawls and going, this guy's arguments are superior. It's just good for business, man. But that's a big part of it, at least.
Well, I don't disagree.
But he'll just go a layer deeper and be like, but why is it good for business?
At all, because that's sort of the nature of institutions. They're self-perpetuating. You know, they'll prescribe themselves bigger budgets and more missions and things. So
done. Like just instantly, like fucking Dave Smith's Jenga tower just like fell over just by pulling one thing out. I figured it was going to be knocked down that quickly.
I totally agree with that. That's the professional managerial class, what they do. Right. But where I would push back is saying that, you know, let's say, for example, like Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison is second richest guy in the world. They're buying the media. Him and his son are buying TikTok. They're buying CBS. Who does he put in charge of CBS? Bari Weiss. Bari Weiss was held by Hazony and Bret Stephens. It's like, that very clearly is a Jewish club. And they're cutting through society. And yeah, they run in other elite circles. And yeah, they have their accomplices that are not Jewish. Even, you know, look at the Trump administration. Trump brokered that deal. He's a Gentile, but he got money from Miriam Adelson. And his grandchildren are Jewish because his son-in-law is Jewish. And it's like, it's almost like that exception doesn't prove the rule. And you're right about the Vulcans, you know, Condi and Bush and all them. They're Gentiles too. But it's like, it seems that society is always being pushed by this organized minority. Because you're right, there are...
I was about to say, he doesn't grant any of these individuals true autonomy because he'll always say to the extent that like white people or Gentiles or non-Jews deviated from the path of rationality, especially if they're white, it's because a Jew is behind them pulling the strings or whatever.
Rawlsian liberals that are white, and there are,
Just,
you know...
Again, like endlessly a convenient scapegoat. It's always somehow the fault of X group, in this case, Jewish people.
Evangelical Christians
but
that are
certainly not limited to them.
White that are neocons, but it just seems like the Jews being because
just like HIV and AIDS, Jews, fucking Iraq War, Jews, COVID, Jews, the election of Clinton, like all of it. He's just how convenient.
Definition, they're organized in a way that nobody else is. Like Bush is not organized as a white guy or even very much as a Christian, but you do have like a World Zionist Congress. You do have a World Jewish Congress. You have the, Conference of Major American Jewish Organizations. I don't even think people realize the extent to which Jews are organized in community centers by Chabad, in university with their fraternities, and in business, in their localities. It's like they're extremely...
I think people do know this. I mean, to the extent that they understand that, cradle to grave, there are more social networks that Jews have built. You see similar structures exist within, Christianity, but not to the same extent.
Organized, and as far as the average Jew is concerned, yeah, they're not running the banks. I don't think your average Jew is like a spy, but I do
hell of a but
think that your average Jew is...
Does Fuentes even hate other minorities? Does he ever? Yes, he does not. Somebody who has this sort of racial animus or this degree of anti-Semitism, it's like so rare that you ever encounter Holocaust denier or a bigot on this scale that exclusively hates Jews. That's just kind of like the number one scapegoat. It's like by the time you're this far deep into the right and like these fascist types, it is really, they all kind of hate the same people. The usual, it's just about who's the priority. That's the main difference between these groups.
Is inherently distrusting.
If you're in the KKK, the priority is, black people. Jews are probably second after that or whatever. because the Jews stray other white people away from understanding the true enemy or whatever. And if you're a neo-Nazi, then obviously Jews are number one. I would argue if you're a Zionist, Arabs and Muslims are number one on your list
of like patriotism and nationalism.
All of them tend to be homophobic.
Like Sarah Silverman said, when she saw her white boyfriend put a American flagpole on her lawn, she said it reminded her of Hitler. How many Jews is that attitude?
I'd argue he's far less bigoted against other minorities compared to Jews, though. I disagree with you, but even if that were true and I granted it, that's not saying much.
Prevalent. When they saw Trump, they thought the same thing. Fascism. They said it could not happen here. It's sort of that same attitude. And I think, here is what I will concede. I think that by we, I mean me, if my movement wants to have power and really put America first, it means we are going to have to sideline, by definition, Jews that put the Jewish nation first.
No, and Christians too, for that matter. I mean,
I disagree. I think America's
I'm saying Christians who put Israel first.
And now Dave Smith finally has him on the back foot. How are you going to ignore the impact of Kufi? How are you Christians United for Israel? How are you going to ignore again the force that is Christian Zionism in the United States and how powerful that is on both business and ideological grounds?
First.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Saying, which there are plenty of.
Sure.
And look, it's a huge part of this because you talk about the
Yeah, but again, even that, sure, I feel like if Dave was better about clocking it, he would really go in on that and be like, okay, but you think all of those Christians are led astray by Jews, don't you?
Kind of organization, but
he's not there to actually challenge him. He's there to again pathetically try to convince him out of something that again, this isn't not a man who arrived at this conclusion rationally, so you can't really reason him out of it rationally.
That's very true for evangelical Christians who are constantly having preachers, tell them that this is.
I don't think the Jews did the AIDS one. Thank you, Eugene Green, my conservative DEI chatter, for that contribution. I bet a lot of people were touched when I read that out loud.
Your duty is to have this political outlook. There's tens of millions of them in the country.
Yeah.
And look, you can always say, well, that's the Jews manipulating them. But again, it just seems like this is presuming the conclusion. It's
we are we not being manipulated though in that way?
Of course. No, I'm not denying.
Oh my God. Oh yeah. I didn't are we not, he says to the Jewish man who is naively trying to reason and plead with this irrational bigot. All right, if you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me if you aren't already. I stream Monday through Friday for the most part, inconsistently and at very different times. If you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and like the stream. It really helps push it out to other people. Subscribe to me, hit the bell. That way you can know when I go live. Go through my past VODs. They're time-stamped. That way you can skip around to each of my segments very, very easily. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. But what is most helpful is buying subs or gifting subs throughout my chat on Twitch. You can give people the lovely gift of an ad-free experience, as well as cute emotes, and also be a top gifted sub donator for this month, which is pretty easy to do because it's pretty low since it's still kind of early into the month. But yeah, we are finishing that tomorrow. I don't know if I'm debating Hutch tomorrow. I'm either debating Hutch tomorrow or on Monday. I need to get back to him about when I'm setting at a time. It's probably going to be about Ezra Klein, liberalism, that kind of bullshit. But yeah, thank you so much for staying up late with me. It's 4 a.m, you guys. I swear I'm not doing this again tomorrow. I had been getting better about it, okay? If you're on Twitch, you're going to go to Redolent Thought, though, who is watching Mr. Kyle Kalinske. And if you're watching on YouTube, you're going to be headed to Kid Not Kin. So please go ahead and say hi, be nice. And yeah, thank you so much for spending your night with me. Have a good one. I will see you tomorrow, guys. Bye.